Okay, we're all, let me just go ahead and start the webinar. We are ready to roll. Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for January 13th, 2021. Before us today is a slew of judicial renominations in a Board of Pardons and Parole nomination. Any introductory remarks by my co-chair, the ranking members, before we get started?
Just good morning to everybody.
Good morning, John.
Same here, just good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, let's jump into it. The way we're going to do this is we will start with the Superior Court nominees before us. We will go in alphabetical order. I know a number of the judges are on the webinar. Feel free to leave your cameras off and work on other things if you can while you're waiting your turn. We will start with the Honorable Michael A. Albus of East Haven.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Albus. How are you?
Good. How are you today?
Good. Yeah, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great, thanks. If you have an opening statement, you can feel free to go ahead and make it at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I thank you for the privilege of appearing before you this morning. I also thank Governor Lamont for the honor of nominating me to a second term as a Superior Court judge. I was first nominated and took the bench in March 2013. My initial assignment was to the GA Criminal Court in New Britain, where I served for the remainder of that term, ending in August of that year. In September of 2013, I was assigned to the Hartford Family Court, where I remained for 3 years working on family matters. And I soon felt that I had found a home in the family division, and that's the division in which I've been working ever since. In September of 2016, I was assigned to Middletown to be the presiding family judge. That's a position that I still hold. And during my time here in Middletown, I also served simultaneously for 1 term as the presiding judge of the Regional Family Trial Docket, which is based in Middletown. In September of 2018, Judge Carroll appointed me as the Chief Administrative Judge for the Family Division, a position that I am still privileged to hold. Serving for 8 years as a Superior Court judge has been the highest honor and the most rewarding work of my professional life. Several current members of the committee were also members 8 years ago when I was first nominated. And at this time, I would like to express to them a long overdue thank you for the support that they gave me then that has enabled me to have this experience. I would be deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve another term. I thank each member of the committee today for their time and consideration, and I would be happy to address any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Judge Albus. Judge, you mentioned obviously that you're now the Chief Administrative Judge for Family, which is an area of our court system and the law that oftentimes can be quite contentious and one of the more difficult facets or factors that litigants face when they come into a courthouse is in those tough family situations. Are there reforms or changes you've made or would like to see made time as administrative judge that you'd like to highlight for the committee?
Yes, thank you. There are, and we're actually this month completing the full implementation of a new process for family court matters. And Representative Staffstrom, I did have a chance to meet briefly with you and Senator Winfield before the pandemic to tell you that this was coming. Our hope then had been to be able to have an informational session with your committee and interested legislators to tell them what our plans were. The pandemic has made that not possible, but it hasn't stopped us from implementing the plan. And we're very excited about it. We had a lot of help from the National Center for State Courts and the benefit of their research and experience in other states. And the goals of the new process are first to bring parties into court sooner than typically had been the case, and to have our very talented and experienced family services counselors meet with them, evaluate the case, see what areas there could be agreement, and see what services would be needed, and to get those services implemented soon. The other feature of the process is to eliminate the family short calendar that we used to have and to replace it with a preset series of dates that would be scheduled in a case from the outset so that the parties would know when they were coming to court, as opposed to having to appear in court anytime someone filed a motion that popped up on the short calendar under our old process. And for those of you who are familiar with that process, it wasn't ideal. We would have dozens of cases scheduled for a given day on any motions that had been recently filed in those cases. The courtroom would be packed. We would do the best we could, but there wasn't really sufficient time to address to each case. The pandemic turned out to make the short calendar impossible even before our plan to replace it took effect. And it was actually helpful that we had these plans in place because we already had a new method of scheduling ready to go. We didn't know that we'd be implementing it as soon as we did, or that we'd be doing it through primarily video hearings, but the framework was there, and that was a big help. So we're very hopeful that this new process will encourage parties to resolve their matters by agreement instead of by lengthy litigation, will reduce the number of times that they have to come to court over the life of their case, and most importantly, will lead to better outcomes for families.
Great, thank you, Judge, and certainly appreciate your leadership on that initiative. I see Representative Fishbein. Before he asks his question, I'll just remind the members that if you have questions for the nominees, to use the raise your hand feature in on Zoom, and I'll recognize folks that way. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you again.
Good morning.
Judge, as you know, many of us are practitioners. I just had to ask you a question to ascertain whether or not I can participate in the deliberation of your renomination. Tomorrow, I am scheduled to be in your courthouse, and I see you're in chambers now on a restraining order file. And my inquiry, are you handling those matters tomorrow?
I am scheduled to handle them.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from the consideration of Judge Albus's renomination because I don't think that would, if I was to sit on that, that would be a little unseemly and unethical.
The chair will excuse the ranking member for deliberation on this nominee. The record should reflect. Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Senator Kissel.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. I'm really excited about the reforms that you're implementing. To the extent that we've gone through this for 10 months, maybe we can have a Zoom meeting where you can bring us up to speed on the details of the reforms. I find family court to be cumbersome, expensive, and tedious. That's just my observation. As far as gathering up information when people are in agreement, let's say it's a divorce and a husband and wife agree on 95% of the information, I don't see why they have to jump through a lot of hoops. And so I'm hoping that the reforms that you're implementing resolve a lot of that. I know that in many discussions with Judge Bizzuto, she has this theory that, dissolution of marriage is a highway, and the faster we get people off onto an exit, the better off they are. So I'd like to learn more about what you guys are doing, even though we're in this pandemic. Maybe we can set up something amongst the leadership for a Zoom meeting at some point in the next couple of months. That would be great. That's all.
I would be happy to do that. I welcome the opportunity. And I speak to Judge Rizzuto about the highway often. And that's really one of the features of the new process, is to set each case on the pathway that it needs to be resolved as quickly as possible, as opposed to the old method, which was kind of a one-size-fits-all. So that if you do have agreement on everything or on most things, you're set on a different track that's designed to help you to complete your matter as soon as possible.
Well, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. And I'll be sure to ask our clerk and our administrator to reach out to the branch and try to set something up so that the committee can get a briefing on the new process. Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Judge, for coming in. I'm also very interested in the reforms that you are considering. One of the things that this committee has heard quite a bit over the last number of years are complaints by particularly pro se litigants that believe that they are not getting a fair shake in the court system. And I was wondering if any of your reforms might touch on that and might make it easier for a pro se litigant to navigate the system.
Yes, that is part of the process. The initial session that will be scheduled in each case won't be intended as a contested evidentiary hearing. It is more in the nature of an informational and evaluative session with Family Services. And the plan, at least before COVID, was that when the parties came in on their first date, particularly those who didn't have attorneys, even before they met with Family Services to discuss their case, there would be a general informational session for them about how the process works, what to expect in their case, and the different avenues available to them to resolve their matter. We will still do that in some form, perhaps through a video, but that's an important component of the case, of the process rather, to provide information. And we feel that by bringing the parties in for that triage or evaluative session first, we'll be better able to serve the case, including parties who don't have attorneys.
Well, I appreciate that. I think one of the problems that we have heard over the last number of years is that if things don't get resolved right at the beginning and it becomes a long, drawn-out process, that that the judges are not listening to pro se litigants, and obviously a pro se litigant has a disadvantage in that they don't know the process and the procedures, and they haven't been through law school typically, and I can understand when judges get frustrated with pro se litigants. But is there anything within your reforms or anything that you can think of that would make it easier for a pro se litigant to litigate a family matter through to the end, and not be kind of treated as a second-class citizen?
Well, I'll take the end of that question first. I don't feel that the judges do treat self-represented parties as second-class citizens. I understand that there are parties who feel that way. These are emotional, very important cases. And certainly if you don't have an attorney and the other party does, that makes it difficult. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think, in my experience, I haven't seen that that's the result of judges not taking self-represented litigants seriously. The fact is that the great majority of our cases have at least one, if not two, self-represented litigants. And in most courts, that's more the rule than the exception. So I don't really agree with the premise that the self-represented litigants sometimes allege that they're not treated fairly. I think our judges do a very good job of treating all parties fairly. But clearly, it's easier for someone who has an attorney than for someone who doesn't. We put a lot of information on our branch website, including something called a divorce navigator that takes parties step by step through the process. We have plain language forms with good explanations. We have court service centers in every court with staff there to help self-represented litigants negotiate the process, find the forms that they need, and give them direction. The one thing that we can't do ethically is to give legal advice to self-represented litigants. And unfortunately, if they wish to have legal advice, they need to get an attorney. We can't take sides and we can't give advice. But I know that I and the family judges whose work I've observed take great pains to explain things, to help parties through the process as best they can without appearing to favor a self-represented litigant over a party who does have an attorney.
Well, I guess I don't do family work, so I honestly don't have any firsthand knowledge of the issues that people have brought to this committee. So let me ask you, is there a way within the reforms you're considering that you could, if not change the actual process, perhaps make a way for people, pro se litigants who have a problem or believe they are being treated unfairly, a way for them to have that addressed in some way? Like, I know there's the Judicial Review Committee and, but a pro se litigant going through that, I can't imagine has a very easy time. Is there a way to make it easier for people to have their the problems addressed? I guess I can't think of a better way to raise that.
Well, we've always had, or for a long time, have had family relations counselors assigned to each case, and they certainly provide a lot of information to litigants to help them through the process. I'm not sure if you're asking, is there a way as part of this process to make it easier for a litigant to make a complaint about a judge? That wasn't envisioned as part of the process.
No,
That's a separate.
That was not my my request. I'm more asking if there's a way that if there's a if a pro se litigant feels they're not properly navigating the system, what are the alternatives? What are the ways that the resources that they can tap into to help them perhaps get process or procedure information? Is there something in place?
I would say that the main thing that is in place and has been in place for many years are the court service centers, staffed by judicial branch employees who are well versed in processes, not only in family court, but in other areas. They're available at no cost to the litigants, and they do an excellent job of providing information, helping with details like forms and helping with general information and giving out written information about court processes, including family court. So that's probably the main area where the branch has, over the years, drastically increased the resources that are available to self-represented litigants to find their way through the process.
Okay, well, thank you, Judge, and thank you for coming in today and answering my questions, and good luck with your renomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I do also want to just put on the record that Representative Pavlak D'Amato is also recusing herself from consideration of this nominee. So folks are aware, the general rule that this committee follows is where we as part-time legislators who also practice in our state courts have a pending matter before a particular Superior Court nominee, the general rule is to recuse yourself in that situation. So if folks are wondering, I believe that's why the two representatives are recusing in this instance, is because of potentially pending matters. With that, I will recognize Representative Rabimbis.
My apologies, I forgot the unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Your Honor. Congratulations
Good
on your
morning.
nomination.
Thank
Just wanted
you.
to take the time to indicate that I do practice in family law, and very, unfortunately through COVID, a lot of it has been virtual. But I guess, to that point of the silver lining, as you had indicated, there was a lot of things that were in the works and outlines that was pretty quickly, and I believe seamlessly incorporated now, that allows the individuals, attorneys, as well as the parties not to have to appear in court. And I am a true believer that the less time spent in court is beneficial for all, not only financially, but emotionally. So I just wanted to commend you and Judge Bizzuto for having the foresight of having already looked at these different types of reforms and the implementation during COVID, which again was not an easy thing with the, consolidation of courts made it a little bit more challenging, something that we had never done before. Getting the information out to the attorneys and the parties also obviously was another challenge that we didn't foresee in that regard. But I would also implore the public that's listening to all the different reforms that's taking place. All of this is in place, but it's only as good as the attorneys actually take advantage of. I can't tell you the number of times that I'll speak with individuals post their divorces who then fall into, problems and issues, and then indicate, well, I had no idea, my attorney never informed me of that, and things of that nature, which is completely a different issue. But I would implore people to speak to your attorneys and encourage your attorneys that if you truly have agreements on it, then reach it. Because a lot of times there probably is an abundance of discovery that's time consuming and costly, and may or may not be relevant. And again, every individual situation is individual, and there's not one shoe fits all in that regard. And I think that's also why the reforms that are now being implemented for non-adversarial divorces and all the services through family services for not only represented but pro se litigants will go a long way, so long as it's actually utilized the way that it's supposed to be. So I would just, again, I think also the other importance is the observation of how well it's working and how it works during COVID and how it may work, we all hope, post-COVID also will be, I'm sure different in that regard. So hopefully we'll continue to observe that. But I certainly want to commend you and support your renomination for all the hard work that you guys have had to do in such a short period of time and taking that action, and hopefully continue to observe, see what works, and if there's certainly tweaks along the way that we make sure that that happens as well. So thank you, Your Honor, and congratulations on your renomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge. It's good to see
Good
you.
morning.
I am given to understand from advocates in the community on behalf of domestic violence sufferers that this behavior has dramatically risen during COVID. Has that been your experience? And if so, are there things what's front of mind for you in how the courts can better serve victims of domestic violence now and going forward?
One of the things we did at the very beginning of the pandemic with a cooperative effort with the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence was to institute a process to allow for the remote filing of temporary restraining order applications, which typically previously were filed by someone coming to the courthouse. But with the help of an executive order by the governor, that relaxed certain procedural requirements for notarization of documents, we were able to institute a process where someone could file for a restraining order remotely without coming to court. And also we set up procedures whereby CCADV could assist parties who wish to file applications and to help prepare and file on their behalf. My experience was that in the beginning of the pandemic, there seemed to be a slowdown in applications, despite the fact that the information seemed to be that there was likely an increase in domestic violence. But I've seen a change in that starting around in the summer, where generally now, at least here in Middletown where I am, on a typical restraining order docket, I'll tend to have more cases than I had previously. I think the word has gotten around about the new ways that can be used to file applications. The other things we can do is to continue the excellent training that our judges have consistently gotten in domestic violence training. And I also know there are some proposals to the legislature about revising the definition of domestic violence to include more than the physical characteristics of domestic violence, which are embodied in the statute now, and which is what judges have to follow.
So you're speaking of coercive control, I'm assuming, expanding that.
Yes.
In your opinion, would you be in favor of extending those COVID-related waivers? For example, when the executive orders run out, there are those of us who believe that the online filings should continue post-COVID. Do you have a position on that?
I'm definitely in favor of that, and we in fact have included in the judicial branch proposal to the legislature this year something that would do just that. The specific change that we made was that the prior law required a sworn affidavit. And in most cases, filers of applications didn't have anyone handy to take their oath, but could come to the court and have a clerk do so. The change that we requested in the executive order and received was to amend that requirement, at least during the pandemic, to be, instead of an affidavit, a statement under penalty of false statement, which still carries criminal penalties if you don't tell the truth knowingly, but does not require notarization or someone else to take your oath. And we have proposed a statute that would make that change permanent so that we could continue to provide for the remote filing of restraining order applications.
Thank you, Judge. One last quick question. Do you deal with issues of claims of parental alienation on the part of people who are suspected of actually being the abuser?
That certainly does arise. Those are difficult cases, and every case is different. The first step in those cases is to try to determine as best you can what the truth is, what really happened. That's often dependent on the credibility of the witnesses, because often there aren't independent third parties who can provide impartial information. So assessing the credibility of each party is important, and when we do that, we have to remember, and our training and experience teach us, that someone who's been subjected to domestic violence may not present in court as well because of the trauma that they've suffered, may not have as good a recollection of events as someone who is not subjected to trauma. So we have to include that in our assessment to account for the fact that the person who is saying that they were abused may not appear in the way we would expect a witness to normally appear when telling the truth. They may appear nervous, and there's good reason for that because of the trauma they've suffered and the fact that the abuser is in the same room with them potentially, and the fact that their memory may have been affected by the abuse. So they're difficult cases, but that's the first step, to try to assess as best we can what really happened. And once we've done that, to make a determination of what's in the best interest of the children involved and what's in the best interest of the safety of all involved.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate very much your thorough and compassionate answers, and I will certainly support your renomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge Elbis, congratulations on your renomination, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the committee.
Next up will be the Honorable Karen A. Goodrow of Chester. Judge Goodrow, are you there?
Yes, good morning. I don't know if you can see me. I don't have, I don't see video here. Can you hear me?
I can hear
There
you.
I am.
Oh, there you go. I see you. Yeah, sometimes sometimes you have to talk a little bit in order for your video to pop up, but we got you now.
Yes,
If you could raise your right hand, please.
yes,
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
yes, I do.
Great, thank you. If you have an opening statement, you should feel free to make it at this time.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of the committee members for this opportunity to speak with you today. I also would like to thank the governor for my renomination. I'm presently assigned to the New Haven Judicial District, assigned to family matters. I've been here for about 6.5 years now. This was my second assignment. I began in the New London Judicial District, first on criminal and then a combination of criminal and family. I've served now for about 18 months as the presiding family judge here in New Haven. It has been, of course, a privilege and an honor to serve as a judge of the Superior Court. I know that you hear that all the time. We all collectively feel that way. I have to tell you that I spoke with my childhood friend who's known me since I was 7 years old the other day, and she said, KG, could you ever imagine when we were walking on the beach that you would be a judge someday? And the answer to that is no. So I come from very humble roots, and not a day goes by when I don't appreciate the opportunity that I've been given. I also serve as vice chair of the Education Committee. That has been since about June of 2019. I'm also a member of the Supreme Court Evidence Oversight Committee. That has been for about a year. And I'm an alternate on the Committee for Judicial Ethics. I have great privilege and fun teaching 2 courses at the undergrad at Yale, one in freedom of speech and one in the death penalty and wrongful convictions. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that the committee has had a lot of questions with regard to family practice, and I'm happy to address any questions that the committee members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. My question is less about family practice and more about how you personally have felt making the transition from, certainly you come to the bench with an extensive background in criminal law, particularly criminal defense law, and now doing family law, how that transition has worked for you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. One of the things that I like about teaching is it keeps my feet in that arena, if you will. I have to say that I was surprised and didn't see this coming when I first started on the family bench, that my experience as a public defender for most of my life, not entirely, but most of my life prior to the bench, it gave me a tool I didn't realize I had, and that was in handling questions and really, frankly, emotions from individuals that were in difficult places that I would have to deliver sometimes not good news to. And so we do get an awful lot of self-represented individuals before us. And I find that those tools that I learned as a public defender help me just in terms of being able to listen to people rather, and have them feel as though they are being heard.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I know I've been before you quite a few times.
Yep.
Always been a pleasure. I got to thank you. The backup is quite extensive that you gave to us, and really shows a vast array of experience. All the way from being a clerk back in 1983, which I was a I was a courtroom clerk too. That's where we learn our chops.
Yeah, that's where we started.
Yeah, and that's where we learn, what we want to do. And then you were assistant corporation counsel for the city of New Haven, and then you're a public defender. And then, I've got to thank you, and I'm sure others have done this in the past, for your work with the Connecticut Innocence Project, which, is really near and dear to my heart. God's work. Gotta tell you. One of the things also in reviewing your backup, you mentioned the word humble. And I noticed when I was reviewing the cases that you listed, the 10 most significant cases, that you mentioned a case that you were reversed in, which I thought was interesting, because you would think if you asked somebody about, significant cases, they'd throw all the cases that you were successful in. And I have to tell you, and this is the Presley versus Johnson case.
Yes.
And I have to admit that I was the underlying attorney in Presley versus Johnson. I did the original dissolution. And last night I went and read the decision that you reference here. And it's very interesting to see the history since I've gotten out of that case. So, I really have no questions. I've viewed you from the gallery and being before you for years now. And I really have no problem with voting for you to continue on in that good work. So I thank you. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
I don't know if you've been watching the proceedings so far, but I would like to ask you similar questions to what I asked Judge Albus. I'm interested in your perspective as somebody who's steeped in family matters, and a very fair-minded and compassionate person. Have you seen a rise in violence-related issues since COVID, and do you have any recommendations for us as to how we might improve services?
I'm sorry, Representative Palm, I'm having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if the others are. Would you mind repeating that?
Can you hear me now, Judge? Turn my volume.
I think that's better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was saying, I don't know if you've been watching, but I asked Judge Albus some questions about the extent to which his experience has been influenced by COVID in relation specifically to domestic violence. Have you seen a similar rise in problems related to that, and how can we improve services?
Thank you. I did watch Judge Albus's testimony. I watched a little bit of the other day as well. I echo his comments. My concern is I'm not sure how do we assess the number of people who are victims of domestic violence who have not been able to either file a restraining order or reach out for help. That's the sort of question that keeps me personally up at night. How do we assess that? Because back to the the use of the phrase coercive control, many people, because of COVID, are literally in the same physical surroundings as their abuser. So I agree fully that having the applications for restraining orders be remote has been a huge help. But I worry about whether or not the number of applications that we are getting is an accurate reflection of what is happening. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And I would just be interested to know in the future, I think we would all welcome suggestions, because you are in the trenches on this, you and your colleagues. There were ways for us to change court operations in a way that would be more fair for both parties. But I'm concerned with the second. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? If not, Senator Kissel.
Senator, you have to unmute.
Good, you didn't hear what I just said.
Good morning.
Hi. Well, it's just great to see you. I just wanted to say congratulations on your renomination. It's been like, I don't know how many, like over 20 years that we've been working together, especially your work on the Innocence Project. And I'm glad you're loving your job. And family court's no easy task. I mean, more judges get hammered by doing family work than even criminal work.
Right.
So your background to be empathetic with individuals is probably very helpful. And I just wanted to say hi and congratulations.
Thank you, Senator. Hi. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you being with us today and certainly your long service to the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
Next up will be the Honorable Sheila A. Huddleston of West Hartford.
I'm here. I'm having a little difficulty starting the video. Give me 1 second.
Yep. You scroll over there we go.
Okay.
We just
I've got
need
a
you.
dual camera. Whoop. There. Okay. My camera system is clearly not quite working. Let me try it this way. There.
There we go. That's better.
Thank you.
All right. Judge, if you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or on a penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it at this time.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I also want to thank Governor Lamont for his confidence in nominating me for reappointment. Serving the people of Connecticut as a judge has been the greatest honor in my life, and I hope to be able to continue that service for another term. I was first appointed in March 2013, and my first assignment was in the Rockville GA, in the Tolland Judicial District, where I also handled housing cases 1 day a week. In September of my first year, I was assigned to the Hartford Judicial District, where I served in the Civil Division for 3 years. After that assignment, I was assigned to New Britain Judicial District as the presiding judge for tax and administrative appeals. I served in that position for 3 years. And then in September 2019, I was assigned to juvenile here in New Britain. 6 months after I started in juvenile in New Britain, at the outset of the pandemic, juvenile matters in New Britain closed. The New Britain Judicial District remained open for some things, but juvenile matters closed. And priority 1 cases from New Britain Juvenile were heard in the Hartford Juvenile Court for a few months until we were finally able to bring most matters back and migrate them to virtual courtrooms. The New Britain assignment is a block assignment, which means that any judge can be called on to sit in any position as the need arises. In the context of the pandemic, I've been called on occasionally to help in the GA. I regularly cover some smaller civil matters, civil motions primarily, and in addition to still sitting primarily as a juvenile judge. What we've all learned from the pandemic is that we need to be flexible. We need to adapt constantly to meet the needs of the public that we serve and the needs of the particular day. I've been very fortunate to work with judicial colleagues and court staff who are just the best. They've shown their dedication and professionalism throughout this really challenging time, and it's been an honor to work with them and serve with them. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Judge. Questions from the committee. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning.
A portion of your tenure, you sat on administrative appeals in New Britain, I think from, looked at the backup September of 16 through August of 19, correct?
Correct.
And just so for the members that aren't aware, what are administrative appeals?
Well, throughout the state, there are many different executive agencies, from the one everyone knows best, motor vehicles, to all the different agencies that, Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, the Department of Social Services, Department of Developmental Services. The Tax and Administrative Appeals Session was created a number of years ago to hear appeals from decisions made by the agencies. So the agencies have their own fact-finding process and their own hearing officers who hear cases that are required by statute to be heard as a contested matter. And those, if a person's dissatisfied with the result of that case, they can then take an administrative appeal to a judge of superior court. And the court sits on those cases essentially as an appellate court, reviewing the record below, doesn't hear the case all over again, doesn't hear the evidence again, but reviews the record below to see if the decision of the hearing officer comports with the law. And so that's what the administrative appeals session is. It's very varied. It handles everything from driver's license suspensions to rate regulation at PURA, to decisions about social services benefits. So it's very varied. Professional licenses, when there are suspensions of professional licenses, those come up as administrative appeals.
And in your experience sitting on that docket, when you sit in New Britain, are you the only judge that handles administrative appeals, or I think there's usually a couple of you during your tenure? How was it?
During my tenure, there were two judge trial referees who also, and one senior judge who would take specific cases on assignment from me as the presiding judge. So if there were some reason I couldn't hear a case, for instance, I knew some of the parties involved or some of the lawyers involved or something like that, I would assign it to a different judge. But in general, I heard most of the administrative appeals when I was sitting as the presiding judge in administrative appeals.
So anybody in the state of Connecticut who wanted to appeal a ruling from the Board of Pardons or the Board of Firearms Permit Examiners or the Board of Labor Relations, they would file, and you were the only judge that would hear those cases for the most part?
No, I was the principal judge for that period of time, but there were other judges who were sitting in New Britain who also heard those cases. So
I have some experience with these appeals, and I know that under 4-183, one can file one of these appeals in New Britain, or they can file in any judicial district in which they live. That's what the statute says. And in your experience, the cases, what percentage would you say are pro se parties?
Relatively few are pro se parties. On the agency side, of course, there's always a representative, a lawyer who represents the agency. But I would say that most of the cases that I heard as a judge in administrative appeals, there were lawyers involved on both sides. Not always, but in general.
So, as I mentioned, I've done some of these cases, and I was a little puzzled a few years ago when you issued an order that said if somebody filed an administrative appeal in their judicial district anywhere around the state, that it automatically got transferred to you. Is that accurate?
That was actually a standing order that had been in place for many years, and each presiding judge reissued it as they came in. That was part of the system of setting up a specialized court to handle administrative appeals. So I was not the first judge to issue that order. It had been in effect under prior presiding judges.
Okay, well, I know that Judge Carroll in September of 2016 authorized transfers, but but he says in his order, any such transfer only shall be ordered when required for the efficient operation of the court and to ensure the prompt and proper administration of justice, which would lead to me that doesn't mean that all administrative appeals filed anywhere in the state automatically get transferred. So I'm just trying to understand the distinction, because I got caught up in one of these things where I had a client, we filed in their particular judicial district. The AG's office said, no, can't file there. Don't care what the statute says. Don't care what the legislature says. This standing order overrides and the case has to go to New Britain. And I'm just trying to figure out where this comes from.
Well, I think that when the Tax and Administrative Appeals session, which is set out in a statute, the creation of that special session, when that was created, the concept behind it was that it would facilitate the prompt handling of these cases, to send them all to a centralized court that would become familiar with administrative procedure law. These are cases that have to be filed in a fairly short time frame. And I think that the intention of creating the Tax and Administrative Appeals session was to create an efficient avenue for those cases, so that they didn't get lost in the general civil cases that typically are on a slower timetable and require discovery and things like that. There's obviously, by the time it gets to court and an administrative appeal, discovery is passed because the case has already been tried before a hearing officer. So the idea was to make it more efficient.
So why not come to the legislature and have them modify the statute? Or make a recommendation. Perhaps it's above your pay grade, with all due respect.
My pay grade, I will say.
I'm just a little troubled.
I think that the legislature wanted to. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, please. I couldn't hear you. You think the legislature wanted to make this change?
No, I think the legislature wanted to leave some discretion in the judicial branch so that the branch could most efficiently deploy resources. There might be circumstances in which it wouldn't be the most efficient way to handle it. But I think that the intent was to facilitate the handling of those cases. And I believe that's still the practice, even though I'm not the presiding judge now. And it certainly had been the practice for many, many years before I even became a judge. I remember when I was a lawyer, administrative appeals were all handled here in New Britain, and or generally all handled here in New Britain. And well, I had a few.
And I know the process since you've been gone has actually gotten a little slower in that the statute says the record is supposed to be furnished within 30 days. And that has not been the practice of requiring that. But I know at least one judge has brought to my attention their frustration with this automatic transfer. And I just, well, I understand. Somebody else. Well, yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have not heard. Thank you.
So Judge, I just want to be clear, following up on that, my takeaway from that, and just confirm if I'm correct, is regardless of what the practice was and what the statute says, that was the practice before you took over that docket, and it continues to be the practice after. This was not a unilateral decision you made. Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, I believe my order was identical in virtually every respect to the order that had been in place before.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor. Just want to ask you a quick question. Your question was number 8, whether it's an ordinance or no. You responded civil, juvenile, administrative affairs. Now, I want to know if you could just speak to what it is in the most about juvenile law, and also how your presence on the bench has had a positive impact
Representative Porter, we've gotten a lot of.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you. There's a great deal of static.
Okay, let me.
Representative Porter, I muted you. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on to Senator Haskell, and then we'll try to come back to you. Or if you want to text me your question, I'll be happy to ask it for you. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Your Honor. Thanks for being with us today, and congratulations. Just a quick follow-up from the documents that you distributed to the committee. I wanted to ask for just a little bit more information about one of the significant cases you mentioned, specifically involving General Statute 29-38C. As you're probably aware, this committee has worked extensively on the issue of gun violence prevention. In the 2020 session, the committee leadership was considering, prior to the pandemic interrupting business, an update to those red flag statutes that you mentioned. So given the fact that you have worked on this issue in the courtroom, I'm wondering if you have generally found our red flag statutes in Connecticut to be sufficient to protecting the interests of public safety and protecting individuals, sometimes from themselves. Could you comment at all on that, to the extent you're comfortable doing so?
I would if I could. I'm not sure what case you're talking about, because I don't recall handling a case that dealt with prevention of gun violence. Can you refer me to the...
You know what, Your Honor, I am so sorry. I'm now realizing I've got too many documents in front of me, and I'm now realizing that that is a different judge on our public hearing today. So I apologize, and I wish you all the best. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Representative Porter, want to give it another go?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Thank you. And good morning, Your Honor. On questionnaire number 8, what areas of law do you enjoy the most? Your response was civil, juvenile, and administrative appeals. And I just wanted to know if you could speak to what you enjoy the most about juvenile law, and how your presence on the bench has had a positive impact on the lives of the juveniles that come before you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's probably not quite accurate to say that I enjoy juvenile law, because juvenile law at its heart is about children in crisis. It's about children who are in homes that are in crisis on the child protection side, which is where most of my work is concentrated. And it's about children in crisis on the delinquency side as well. To say that I enjoy it means that I do my very best to make informed decisions that take into account the needs of the families and the children before me. That I believe it's an area of law where judges can have a positive impact by making sure that all of the parties are heard fairly, and that a great deal of thought is put into the decisions that are made, because these are decisions that affect children's lives. I think that I stay awake at night more worrying about juvenile cases than about many other kinds of cases that I've handled. Because I do know that the decision to place a child for instance, in a foster home, has a huge impact on the child, the family. Sometimes it has to be done for the child's safety and well-being, but all of those are decisions that are just critically important. And it's important that people do them who care about children, and not, I mean, all of our judges, I think, care about children, but who are willing really to listen to everyone and try to make the decisions that seem to call for the wisdom of Solomon when we're only, as wise as mortals can, ordinary mortals can be. But it's important to me. I think is maybe a better way of saying it than to say I enjoy it, because I do feel like there are opportunities to have an impact, even in the simplest things, the routine things that we do when we advise parents of their rights in child protection side, when we advise juveniles of their right in the delinquency side, making sure they understand what those rights mean, trying to explain it in a way that makes sense. All of those things are important to me. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity to serve here. I will say it's the hardest of all the assignments that I've had because of those very reasons. It's a very complex area of law with an overlay of federal statutes and state statutes. And then there are just the human issues involved that make it very challenging, but very rewarding at the same time.
Well, I thank you for your response, Judge Huddleston, and I wish you all the best. And I also thank you for your sensitivity to these cases and realizing the impact that you do have in the lives of these children who are definitely in crisis. And I do support your reappointment. I'll go ahead and say that now. And glad to have you serving in your capacity. And I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Porter. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, thank you for being with us, and congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration this morning.
Next up will be the Honorable Robin Stewart Johnson of Glastonbury. Judge Johnson, if you could say hello so we can see you. There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Good. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Thank you. And if you have an opening statement, please go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee, Senator Winfield, Representative Stravstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein. I am pleased to appear before you today and want to thank Governor Lamont for another nomination for an 8-year term. Since 2013, I have spent most of my term in criminal court. I have served in the Hartford, New Britain, Enfield, and Bristol on GA matters. I was the presiding judge in Bristol, Enfield, and in Hartford Community Court. I am currently assigned to the Hartford GA matters, specializing in domestic violence. I continued to work during the Priority 1 dockets since March of 2020. Since September of 2020, I split my time between Hartford Criminal Court and housing matters in both New Britain and Hartford. In housing matters, I'm assigned to deal with cases pre-COVID, evictions, as well as executions. I'm involved in the community as best I can be. I still continue to serve with Lawyers Concerned for Lawyers. I have been appointed by the Judiciary to the Law Library Committee. And most recently, I was nominated the chair at the Connecticut Bar Foundation for the History of Attorneys of Color project. I am very happy to appear before this committee, and I will take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Questions from the committee. I see Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge. Congratulations on your renomination.
Good morning, sir.
Judge, in looking at your backup, there was one thing that jumped out at me. On question number 21, where you list the complaints, it indicated that no violation was found. And just procedurally, just so that I know, because I know there's an initial, sorry, my video was off. I know there's an initial review of the complaint. And I'm just trying to figure out, did it get through the initial review and it wasn't dismissed, or did it go to a hearing and that was the disposition.
No, my understanding is that upon the filing of the complaint, it did not go any further than a review of the complaint, and it was dismissed at the level of the review. I had 2 complaints from defendants in criminal court, and both resulted in the same disposition.
Okay, I thank you for that information, because based upon what I saw, usually somebody will put, dismissed by the Judicial Review Council. This says no violation found, which would be a little bit procedurally different, at least in my mind. So that was the only question that I had. Once again, thank you on your renomination, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Judge. And
good morning.
I want to congratulate you on your renomination. So I have a question regarding COVID, and in the court, you said you're on COVID assignment, the housing matters.
All right.
Can you expound on that a little, please?
All right. So when the court expanded their services after the priority 1 matters were assigned from March until September, there was a backlog of housing dispositions that were dated before March 1st of 2020. Cases that were already filed, may have even gone to a resolution and a judgment, but the executions had not been issued. All litigants in March received notice that the court was not hearing those matters, but in September, we were able to hear those matters, and I was asked to spend some time in the housing courts in Hartford and New Britain to address the pre-COVID matters. And I've been doing so ever since September, approximately 3 days a week. These are matters that are mostly pending since 2018 and 2019.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, so has there been any much movement in resolving these cases? Getting them
Oh, yes. Well, most of the cases were already post-judgment. So the judgments had entered before March 1st of 2020. So what was left to enter was the execution, which would have removed the individuals from their home. But wisely, the judicial administration thought we should have short hearings to assess whether individuals were able to safely and healthfully move. So we provided a hearing for everyone regarding the execution to discuss when and if they could move, and also to determine, in fact, if anyone took advantage later in the period of the CDC declaration, which didn't take effect until September.
So one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair. There's been a concern about what's going to happen post-COVID regarding evictions. And so my question to you is the courts expecting a huge influx of these cases?
Well, one of the benefits of the moratorium is that we've been able to catch up on the backlog of pre-COVID matters. Also, the fact that rental assistance is becoming more prevalent and available, and that the information about rental assistance is readily available. I think many landlords are working with their tenants to access rental assistance so that they can remain in place. We understand we will see a significant number of filings because we have not had any new filings for non-payment of rent since March of 2020. But the rental assistance, I think, will benefit the court and the tenants if the landlord's willing to work with them.
Right. I know it's the last question. This is the last question. I guess I want to know if the court is preparing for that, the post-COVID. So it's been my belief that we as a state we need to not only look at what's happening during COVID, but also to prepare for post-COVID matters. And so my question is, do you know, to your knowledge, if the court is preparing for the post-COVID evictions that will probably be coming through the court system?
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the reasons the administrators for the judicial branch assigned extra judges in September to start becoming familiar with the eviction process in anticipation that post-COVID, we will continue to need additional judges in the housing matters.
Thank you, Judge, and I wish you the best with your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Johnson. Good to see you. Quick
Good
question. Good morning. What areas of law do you enjoy the most? You stated criminal with an emphasis on problem solving, such as domestic violence, substance abuse, and community courts. If you would please just expound on the problem solving for domestic violence for me.
At the GA in Hartford and at the GA in New Britain, I had a strong focus on domestic violence. And the domestic violence approach of our court is that we work with the individuals and determine what the needs would be so that they don't recidivize and return to court. So we use the family relations services to do initial assessments and make reports back to the court. We also work with other community agencies that can provide services. And sometimes those services are free of cost, but can also benefit the family as a whole, as a wraparound. So getting someone into service is a priority for us. Of course, de-escalating the violence is number one priority, but sometimes people need other services, such as connecting them with the Department of Labor, or connecting them with some job training or some educational opportunities. Most certainly, usually substance abuse or mental health is a priority, and we have individuals at the court who are available for the domestic violence court to make assessments around those needs. And then we bring them back shortly thereafter and determine, in fact, if they are benefiting from those services and if the chance of recidivism has diminished. So I enjoy that type of teamwork, and I enjoy working with other disciplines to come up with solutions.
Thank you for that response. And you are referring to the assailants in the cases, the ones that have perpetrated the violence. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. But on every domestic violence defendant, you also have a victim, and many times you also have other children or other family members involved.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have taken an interest in that, because I find with domestic violence, oftentimes the assailant is left out of the equation, and it's sad, but oftentimes they have been victimized themselves. And I speak as a domestic violence survivor who has a story around how her ex-husband became to be a victim. So I'm very pleased to hear that you do take the time to support them in that way so that they can get the help that they need in order to, if possible, be reconciled and to be healed from the things that have brought them before you in the court in an instance of domestic violence. So thank you for your service to the state. Thank you for what you do in all your capacities. I wish you all the best in this reappointment nomination, and I will certainly support you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge. I just want to piggyback very briefly on what Rep. Porter, she asked essentially what I was going to ask, but something in your answer was new to my ears, and that is how often, do you have any idea how often in your estimation other judges or other courtrooms follow this, what to me is a very sensible integrated system across services? Is that up to the discretion of the judge? And if so, how can we get more judges to think along those lines of a systemic approach? I hope that question is clear.
Yes, thank you for that question. It's an approach that I built from my time in practice with the domestic violence courts as a prosecutor and then with the drug intervention courts. Most certainly, I would say that the family court judges, where I served for 2 years, have this systematic approach. So I did benefit from my service in family court. They look at families as a whole and try to assess which services are needed for everyone who's involved. In terms of our court, I have the benefit in Hartford of being the only assigned domestic violence judge, though I am anxious to get back to full capacity because I understand from my fellow judges that they have a significant number of domestic violence cases on the priority 1 docket. So many people are at this point learning what I've learned, which is to reduce recidivism, you have to deal not only with the defendant who was arrested, but provide victim services, and in some ways, maybe even full family wraparound services through community agencies.
Thank you. And then lastly, am I correct in assuming that you two are in favor of extending the waiver of making the online restraining order a permanent feature of our court operations?
I do not deal that much with the online protective orders or restraining orders. In the criminal court, the individuals who are either summoned or arrested for domestic violence under Connecticut General Statute have to appear in court at the very next session. So they are priority 1, even if they are not taken into custody. So the benefit of that in criminal court is that we see everyone immediately. Friday, they come in on Monday, or if they're arrested any other day, they come in the very next day. Those individuals are interviewed by family relations. We have the police reports. We have contact with the victim if we can get contact within 24 hours. And a protective order is issued based on the circumstances. So we can modify that order later. And we are currently looking at the modifications of protective orders being done remotely. So I appreciate that question. I've been put in charge of that task. And my understanding is we may begin a docket facing the modification of protective orders shortly. But in criminal court, anyone charged with a domestic violence charge comes within court within 24 hours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, congratulations on your renomination and thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Next up will be the Honorable Michael P. Camp of Hamden.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Camp. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it.
Good morning, Chairman Winfield and Chairman Sastrom and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to a second term as a judge of the Superior Court. It has been an honor and indeed a privilege to serve the citizens of the state of Connecticut for the past 8 years. I was appointed to the bench in March 2013. My first assignment was to the Judicial District of New Haven at GA 23. Thereafter, in May of 2014, I was reassigned to the Civil Division for the Judicial District of Fairfield at Bridgeport. In September 2019, I was transferred to the Civil Division in New Haven, where I am also the Assistant Administrative Judge. During my time as a civil judge, I have been an active participant in the Judicial Alternative Dispute Resolution Program. It's certainly been a privilege and a challenge to sit as a Superior Court judge and preside over cases that are so important to so many of our citizens. I would be most grateful to this committee and the General Assembly for the opportunity to continue to serve another term. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for being with us. Congratulations on your promotion up in New Haven, although I do have to say on behalf of the Bridgeport Bar down here, I know a number of folks were sad to see you leave us here in our state's largest city, but certainly folks speak highly of you as one of our civil judges, and I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Camp. Good to see you. Just a quick question. With your service on the bench in civil court, can you just briefly give us an example of what it is that makes you seek reappointment and want to get up every morning and do this job? Can you speak to, what gives you, however you want to coin it?
Well, thank you for that question. I truly enjoy being a Superior Court judge, and as I indicated in my opening remarks, for the most part, I have been almost exclusively assigned to the civil docket, and that's really a challenging docket to the extent that we handle a wide variety of issues in many different contexts, and it provides me the opportunity to help people resolve their cases. As you might imagine, no one likes to be sued, and no one likes to be brought into court, even in the context of a civil case. And one of the challenges that I face each day is try to help these litigants resolve their case in the most efficient, cost-effective method that we can. And I really find that a very rewarding experience, and one that I enjoy very much.
And one last question to you, if I may, Mr. Chair. How does that differ from your responsibilities as an assistant administrative judge?
So within each judicial district, the chief court administrator appoints an administrative judge. In my particular case in New Haven, Judge Abrams is the chief administrative judge. I'm an assistant in the event that he is not able to act in that capacity. And the administrative judge is, as it might sound, is responsible just for some of the administrative responsibilities of managing a judicial district, supervising activities in the clerk's office and judicial marshals, and just administrative, day-to-day administrative responsibilities of running the district. That responsibility is primarily Judge Abrams, but in his capacity as assistant, I help when he's unavailable to do so.
Thank you for that clarification, and I wish you all the best on your renomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us, Judge Camp.
Thank you very much.
Next up will be the Honorable Jason M. Lobo of Suffield.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Good. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. If you have an opening statement, please go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It's both an honor and privilege to serve the people of Connecticut, as well as to be before you today. I'd also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for reappointment for a second term as a Superior Court judge. Since my initial appointment in 2013 to a job that I love, I have spent approximately half of my time in the Hartford and Manchester criminal courts, as well as handled matters in the criminal courthouses in New Britain and Enfield. The other half of my time on the bench, I've served in both the Hartford and New Britain juvenile courts. 3 of the previous years, I served in the role of presiding judge in both community court in Hartford, as well as for the New Britain Juvenile Division. I'm currently assigned to the Juvenile Division in Hartford. I would be most grateful to this committee and the General Assembly for the opportunity to continue to serve the state of Connecticut in this capacity. Thank you for your time and consideration today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions from the committee? Senator Kissel.
Yeah, well, hey, I don't have a lot of constituents that are judges, so I just want to say congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Suffield's always been a fabulous town for me in many ways. And I'm just so excited that first of all, I've practiced in a lot of those courthouses. Manchester's not easy. Enfield is sort of, I'm partial to it because I felt so familiar with JA-13. But you've done a lot of good work, and I just wish you the very best, you and your whole family.
Thank you very much.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge Loba.
Good morning.
Just wanted to ask you really quick if you could tell me a little bit about the social outreach or community court that you engage in.
Sure. And for those who aren't aware, a community court is a separate division of the criminal court in Hartford in that it handles mostly quality of life crimes. There is trespassing. Oftentimes, trespassing becomes because someone is sleeping on a couch because they have nowhere to live. Larceny 6 is somebody walking out with razor blades out of a CVS. Very much quality of life crimes. And many of those individuals have issues as far as mental health, substance abuse, have difficulties as far as getting work. So within the courthouse building itself, there are many different agencies that the court has, or that the court can utilize to refer these individuals to. The Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services is plugged in there. The jail diversion program can be used. There's the State Department of Social Services, DSS, they're in the building as well. Other towns outside of Hartford have social workers who participate within the court. West Hartford, Farmington, both the state's attorney as well as the public defender have social workers as well. The Department of Labor has a program there. In addition, there's a mediation program that's there. So when the cases come in, all these bodies and the state's attorney and the public defender, they really try to identify what those services are and make participation of those services part of the case in an effort to support the individuals that appear before the court and hopefully resolve those cases in a manner which potentially leaves that individual, one, in a better position socially, job-wise, health-wise, as well as without a criminal record.
Okay, and what role do you play in the engagement of all of that?
Right, so when the case comes in, it's treated usually as like over the GA. Someone makes an appearance. There is cooperation. There's general monitoring over the case. So the court gets to see the progress. If there are issues, to try to help identify other programs that might be more appropriate, to try to, the personal interaction. One of the things that I loved about that court, as well as with juvenile court, is the personal interaction that you get with the people that appear in front of you. You're hopefully showing them that you care, that you're supportive of them. They're not just a body in a seat with a case number attached to their face. And to be able to offer encouragement as well as to ask questions as to what they think would be helpful to them to get back on track.
Well, I thank you for that response, and I do thank you for your service in all capacities, and I wish you all the best on this reappointment nomination for Superior Court. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee for Judge Lobo? Seeing none, Judge, congratulations on your renomination. Thanks for being
Thank you.
with us.
Everybody be safe.
You too. Next up will be the Honorable Thomas G. MacArthur of Groton. Judge McAllister?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can. If you could raise your right hand for me, Judge. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Judge, before you begin your opening statement, I think we have a few recusals, which I want to put on the record. I believe Ranking Member Fishbein and also Representative Dubitsky will be abstaining due to a potential conflict of interest. Judge, with that, you can begin your opening statement.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the distinguished members of the committee, good morning. I'm honored to appear before you today after 8 years of service on the bench. I've served in criminal, civil, housing, and family courts, and now for 4 years in complex civil litigation. Each of these assignments has been rewarding and challenging. These 8 years have taught me a great deal about judging and about people and their troubles. I've done my best over that time to help those who have appeared before me. And when I can't give them what they want, I've tried my utmost to at least be fair to them. It's a privilege for me to hold this office. I'm grateful to Governor Lamont for renominating me. We're fortunate that this state is blessed with many dedicated people who serve the public as you all do and our judges do. I'd be honored to continue to be one of those privileged to serve as a judge. I will be glad to answer any questions you have for me in that regard.
Thank you, Judge McCasher. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Kissel.
There we go. Your Honor, congratulations on your renomination. It seems like you've been handed a lot of complex matters over the last 8 years. I'm just wondering, did you request those, or did they just sort of end up in your lap? How did that happen?
Well, probably a combination of both. When I moved to complex civil litigation 4 years ago, I inherited a docket with some pretty tough cases on them. And certainly when I've been asked to take a tough case, I've stepped up and taken them. It hasn't always been easy, and some of them have not been terribly desirable, but it has to be done. And so, yeah, it's a little combination of both.
Yeah, and weren't you the author of that really lengthy, like 100-page decision on education?
I was.
And like, where is that right now?
Well, what happened is the upper court ultimately upheld one half of my decision and overturned the other half of my decision. My initial decision was that it was the province of the General Assembly and not the courts to fix a dollar amount of money to provide in terms of education aid to cities and towns. And that part of my decision was upheld. The other part of my decision was that the Constitution, Article 8 of our Constitution, also required that at least that there be minimum rationality to the major policies that accompany the educational grant of money. And the court overturned that part of the decision. That was a 4-member majority of the court. 3 members dissented and would have done the exact opposite, which is they would have overturned my belief that the General Assembly could control the amount of money and agreed with me on the rationality. So as it turns out, that's the way it happened. And so that was the end of the case with respect to that, because of the majority decision upheld me on the funding side and said that we should go no farther.
Well, Your Honor, if you're playing baseball and you get 500, you're doing stellar.
In a case where there was a 4-3 split, which was preceded by a case with a 3-3-1 split, I'll take it.
And one last thing, it's my recollection that you served in the House.
I did. I was on the Judiciary Committee for 1 term.
Really?
Yeah,
I apologize. I should remember us working together. Sorry.
I was in there in the 91 and 93 sessions.
Ah, all right. Well, I didn't get elected until February. It was a special election in like late 93. So we may have missed each other.
Just missed.
There we go. Well, congratulations. I really look forward to continuing your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, I want to congratulate you on your renomination and certainly commend you for continuing to step up and take the tough cases. I know Senator Kissel alluded to it. You've had some tough ones over the years. Somebody has to do it. Thank you. Next up will be the Honorable Andrew W. Rohrbeck of Litchfield. Judge Rohrbeck?
Good morning.
Morning, how are you? If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. If you have an opening statement, feel free to go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for providing me with the opportunity to appear before you today. I also wish to thank Governor Lamont for choosing to nominate me for a second term as a Superior Court judge. I also feel that I would be remiss not to give a shout out to Deb Blanchard, who is holding all of this together in very unusual times. So thank you, Deb, for serving all of us. The last 8 years have gone quickly, and I've greatly enjoyed continuing to serve the people of Connecticut as a Superior Court judge. After 18 years of service in the General Assembly, all of which years I was privileged to serve on this august committee, discharging the duties of a judge has been as rewarding a sequel as I ever could have imagined. My first 14 months were largely spent in criminal court in Danbury, and since then I have been assigned to civil matters in Waterbury. I have presided over approximately 65 civil jury trials in Waterbury, and this experience has served to only strengthen my faith in the jury system. I have also sat on housing and foreclosure dockets, participated on a 3-judge panel hearing a murder case, and handled land use and affordable housing matters assigned to me by Judge Berger. My focus, as I do my job, has been and will continue to be to bolster the confidence and trust of our citizenry in the integrity and fairness of the judicial branch of government in Connecticut. I would be pleased to answer any questions members of the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously spoken like a true former legislator who understands that it's the staff and not the elected officials who actually make the General Assembly work. So
let me just say, in the judicial branch, the same is true.
I can only imagine. Senator Kissel.
Well, Judge Rohrbeck, that was a fast 8 years.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. How old is your child?
11 going on 12.
Holy cow, man. Time flies. I remember when you just were dating your wife.
You don't have to give up all of my secrets here, Senator.
I'll give up one of mine. Like, there was a time we were in the Senate and I was like nodding off, and you like came over and said, "Hey, you don't want to look like you're nodding off in the middle of the Senate," even though it's like probably midnight or something like that. But you were very kind in that way. I've always loved working with you. I just can't say how proud I am of you. We couldn't have anybody with more integrity on the bench. You're a really smart guy and hardworking, and you were just wonderful to be with in the state Senate. I envy you in many respects. I appreciate the fact where you are. You earned it wholly. The last time we met was a sad time. I won't go into the details, but you know. But I just wanted it on the record that Judge Rohrbeck, you're a blessing to our judicial system, and I wish you the very best going forward. I just wanted to put that on the record.
And I'm very appreciative. Thank you very much, Senator Kissel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Thank you for recognizing me. Judge Rohrback, great to see you. I had
Nice
the
to see you.
opportunity to work with Judge Rohrback in GA3 in Danbury, and he's a well-respected judge that works very well with the staff. And as you mentioned, Your Honor, working with the staff of the courthouse is what makes all the cogs go, move smoothly every day. And you respect the staff, you respect the defendants, and you respect your colleagues, which is such a pleasure to see, and it's such a pleasure to work with someone like you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and congratulations on your opportunity to serve the people of New Fairfield and Sherman, I think, right?
Yeah, there's 4 towns in there.
A little bit of Danbury maybe, and throw in some New Milford for good measure.
You got it. And I'll touch base with you in the future because I'd love to see how you're doing in more detail.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? If not, Judge, thanks.
Steve, you got a question.
Hold on. Oh, there you go. Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you remember, Your Honor, but I
remember very well, Representative Harding. Remember the first day I met you, so it's nice to see you.
I can't say enough great things about you, Judge. As you know, I met you at the beginning of my career, and you taught me so many great things. And one of the most important things that you taught was compassion for others, was respect, and was honesty and integrity. And I can think of few people in the state that are better served to be on the bench than you. And it's no surprise to me that you have served the state so well in your capacity as a judge. And I really congratulate you on your reappointment. I'm very happy to see that you're going to be on the bench, hopefully, for another 8 years at least.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your service to the people of your district and the state.
Any further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, thanks for being with us and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up will be the Honorable Hope C. Seeley of Coventry.
Hi there.
Hello, Judge Seeley. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. If you have an opening statement, go ahead and make it.
Thank you. I had to look at the clock. Good morning. Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and all members of the Judiciary Committee. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be here today, and I want to express my appreciation to each member of the committee for considering my nomination. I also wish to express my gratitude to Governor Lamont and his confidence in nominating me for a second term as a judge of the Superior Court. I have served on the bench since 2013, and I have been assigned to 2 judicial districts. My first assignment was to the Windham Judicial District for 4.5 years, and I sat in the courthouse located in Danielson. My primary assignment there was as the criminal trial judge. For the last 3.5 years, I've been assigned to the Tolland Judicial District, where I also serve as the assistant administrative judge. Again, my primary assignment has been as the criminal trial judge. I presently am a member of several committees for the judicial branch, including the Criminal Jury Instruction Committee, the Judicial Education Committee, and the Judicial Media Committee. In 2019, I was honored to be asked to sit by designation on the appellate court, which I found to be challenging but rewarding. Outside of judicial branch activities, I teach a seminar course at UConn Law School called Law and Forensic Science, and I am involved in a nonprofit organization called Civics First, which promotes law-related education in our schools, including running the competitions for the middle school and high school mock trial, as well as the middle school and high school debate. I have regularly served as a judge in mock trial competitions for middle school, high school, colleges, and law schools, both at the local and national levels. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to serve for the past 8 years as a judge, a responsibility that I have taken very seriously, and I would welcome the opportunity to continue to serve as a judge for another 8 years. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Judge Seeley. I see there's a question or comment from Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Seeley.
Good morning.
I just wanted to ask you to speak a little bit about your response in question number 8, where you talked about the constitutional claims. Could you just expound on that a little bit? Tell me what that's about.
Certainly. I think I responded that my favorite areas of the law are criminal procedure, which with criminal procedure comes the constitutional issues that occur in a criminal trial. My background was as a criminal defense attorney for 24 years before going on the bench. And part of what I've always liked, both being as a lawyer and a judge, is researching and confronting constitutional issues. So in a criminal trial, some of the constitutional issues that might arise might be under the Fourth Amendment, under the Fifth Amendment, under the Sixth Amendment. Those are all very challenging areas of the law, and I do enjoy that. So that's part of why I answered it that way. On top of the fact, I think the question is, what's your favorite area? My entire 8 years have been assigned only to the criminal division, which I welcome, given my background. But certainly I do enjoy being a criminal trial judge.
Well, thank you for that response, Judge Seeley. And I'm also really excited to hear about the work that you do teaching civics, because that is something that is certainly lacking in education in our schools today. And I'd be very interested in having a sidebar conversation with you regarding your curriculum. And I do wish you all the best this morning on your reappointment for Superior Court.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I would love to speak
You're
with you.
welcome. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I know there's a question or comment from Representative Miller. No? Was I wrong? Oh, sorry. Are there questions or comments from other members of the committee? Are there questions or comments from other members? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Next we will, thank you. Next we will hear from Anthony D. Truglia Jr. of Stamford. And I am aware that there is a recusal that needs to be made.
Yeah, yes. Senator Winfield, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to, because I may have a pending case before Your Honor, I will be recusing myself.
Thank you. If you mute yourself and turn off your camera, that should be appropriate.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Judge Truglia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may make your statement.
Okay, thank you. First of all, good morning to all distinguished members of this committee. My name is Anthony D. Truglia Jr., and I currently preside over family matters in Danbury Superior Court. First, I wish to thank everyone who had a part in my initial appointment. They include past and present members of this committee, Governor Malloy, and members of the General Assembly. I also wish to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for a second term. The last 8 years have been the best and most fulfilling years of my life, personally and professionally. I enjoy what I do, and I believe that I make a positive difference in people's lives every day. My first assignment was the Stamford GA. After 5 months in the Stamford GA court, I was transferred to the Stamford Civil Division for 1 year. I was then reassigned to Danbury, where I handled mostly civil cases and offered to help out with the family cases. I was then reassigned to Bridgeport, where I again handled mostly civil cases, but also volunteered to help out with the family overflow cases. After 1 year in Bridgeport, I was transferred back to Stamford, where I volunteered to handle family matters on the family docket. After 1 year in Stamford, I was transferred back to Danbury, where I am now handling only family matters. I take my job seriously, but I do my best to reduce the tension in my courtroom and lighten the load of those appearing before me. I understand that many of the people appearing before me may be going through some of the worst days of their lives, and that the decisions I make could affect their lives and their children's lives forever. So I do my best every day to listen and to make certain that everyone who appears in my courtroom, including the attorneys, feels that they have had their say and have been heard. My decisions may go against them, but it is important to me that they feel that the process has been fair. I also know that for many, if not most, of the people in my courtroom, it is the last place in the world they want to be. So I try to move cases along as quickly and efficiently as I can, while still giving each case the time and attention it deserves. I sincerely believe that I have much more to give to the judicial branch and to the people of the state of Connecticut, and I hope that this committee looks favorably upon my application for reappointment. Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Yeah, hi, Your Honor.
Well,
yeah, well, you know, I've been like around way too long and I need to get better advice as to my career because I'm going into my 15th term. But I learned a lot about your mom and dad. You come from storied family, and
thank you.
Yeah, and like I worked with Crystal, and you know, just wonderful people, and you've gone through a lot as a human being. And I just want to commend you on your opening statement because you say that you completely understand that court is not where people want to end up. And being sympathetic or empathetic to that is huge. And there's a lot of jurists that may not actually get it. But your family just gave so much to the state of Connecticut. I learned that from Andrew McDonald, Justice McDonald. And, you know, I'm up here in the north, you're down in the south. But I want to just say I wish you the very best. And I'm happy that you've been renominated, and I look forward to your continued wonderful public service to the people of Connecticut.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Next, Senator Bradley.
Your Honor, good morning, soon to be good afternoon. Thank you for being before this committee. First and foremost, can everybody hear me? Yes, okay, good. I just a few brief questions, if I may, if you may indulge me. Obviously, this is not your first rodeo, and I hear that you have come from a family that has high pedigree in terms of the processes here. So forgive me if I ask things that are junior or unbecoming or inappropriate, but these are questions that are near and dear to my heart, and I'd really appreciate, as I'm sure you will provide, sincere answers to my questions. I always like to ascertain from folks who served as long as you've served in different capacity, what are some of their core values and some of the principles that they hold near and dear to them. And if you could answer for me, Your Honor, what some of your core values are and principles that you hold near and dear and that you take with you as you sit on the bench and preside over cases.
Fairness and giving everyone their opportunity to be heard. I think that's one of the most difficult things that we as judges do, especially family judges, because you want to give people their say, you want to give people their day in court, but we can't let them go on forever. It's not fair to the other side, it's not fair to the other litigants, and sometimes it's just really not necessary. The other tension that we have in family court, as was alluded to earlier before this committee, was the tension that we have when you have, let's say, two self-represented parties, and perhaps one or a situation where you have a self-represented party and a party represented by a lawyer. The difficult part there is you can't show favoritism to either side. If I honestly, truly believe that the self-represented litigant has a legitimate claim, whether it's civil court or family court, or a legitimate defense, I'll do my best to make sure that that person has his or her day in court. But I have to be fair to the other side. I can't assist that person. I have to hold everyone, all self-represented parties, to the rules of evidence, to the practice book rules. And that's where the tension comes in, because even though we instruct some of the self-represented parties to look at the rules of evidence and to look at the rules of practice, it's difficult. There's a lot there for attorneys. So sometimes I might make a little accommodation here and there to a self-represented party, while always keeping in mind that I cannot assist them with their case. So those are really the principles that I have to face really every single day.
So you hit some interesting notes, and in some of those notes, in fairness, you talked about adherence to practice book, adhering to the law, adhering to the letter of the law. Do you find that, and I guess it's really kind of almost a yes or no situation, do you find that adherence to the law is a paramount for a person who's in your position?
Yes, I do.
And do you find that adherence to the law above anything else is really the hallmark of a great judge? Well, I'll strike that. I'd say it's at least the baseline of what judges need to do is make sure that they adhere to what the rules and what the law states.
That is the baseline. Now, it's true that we have to make very difficult decisions sometimes. And sometimes being a judge means every single day you're sometimes called upon to do things that you really don't want to do, like take people's children away or take people's houses away. But if that's what the law requires us to do, that's what we have to do. So yes, that's where we start, but do we temper it with some compassion and consideration? Do we try to look at every case? Of course we do. That's what I do. I start with what the law requires me to do, and then I look at what equitable principles might come in to maybe change a potentially harsh result and take it from there.
And as a family court judge, you understand the importance of family, the family unit, and the roles of family. Obviously, something that you understand the unique position you served on while being family court.
Correct.
And how important would you say family is to you on a personal level? I noticed that along with you serving as a capacity of a judge, you have a spouse also who serves as a commissioner in the state of Connecticut.
That is correct. That is correct. Yes.
And
yes, my wife Michelle.
Obviously, a lot of similarities in the fact that you're a judge, she's a commissioner. I'm assuming that she's also an attorney. You're an attorney. A lot of similarities there.
Correct.
Compatibility is obviously a big key in making a healthy and successful marriage. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure you're probably aware of some of the decisions that have been made in the role that your wife serves as the commissioner of the state of Connecticut. Are you aware of some of those decisions or some of the controversies that have embroiled her in her service as a commissioner of the state of Connecticut?
Honestly, I'm aware of one decision that I believe was somewhat controversial, but I honestly do not know the details of the case, sir. I simply don't.
Well, in that decision, and I kind of quote from the decision on page 8 of her decision.
Senator Bradley, if you're getting to a question, because we have to be careful, as you know. If you're getting to a question, I would ask that you get there so that I can decide whether or not I need to say something or not.
Sure, I understand, Mr. Chair. The question is that excluding undocumented workers, when the state of Connecticut Workers' Compensation Act clearly states that those are workers, that their legal status should not be taken into consideration when making the decision, is of issue. Holding your position violating the Workers' Compensation Act for the state of Connecticut would be of issue for somebody who serves as the role of a commissioner who violates the law as it's stated.
I'm not sure, sir. I'd have to read the entire decision. I really don't know, and I never have.
So in your determination, if a judge or a commissioner were to violate the law, violate their standing, to state that someone who's undocumented should be unwilling to receive workers' compensation, you take issue with that, do you not?
Senator, are we asking about decisions he has made or decisions his wife has made? Because if we're getting to something about a decision his wife made, I don't believe that's properly the purview of this hearing. This hearing is about whether he is qualified to serve as a Superior Court judge.
Well, I'll ask it in a different question. I'll ask it in a different way, and I'll strike that question. I'll ask it in a different way, if I may, Mr. Chair.
We'll give, as Senator Winfield said, we'll give a little bit of latitude here, but at the same time, we do have to be careful that we are asking questions about this candidate's qualifications to serve as a Superior Court judge.
Noted.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, would you say it's appropriate, or would you strike that? Would you say that it's germane or something that should be evaluated by this committee, decisions that happen within a particular person who's being appointed or renominated to any position, what happens in or outside of their home? Decisions that family members make. Do you think that's germane for our committee to evaluate or consider?
Senator, that's my decision to make, not this nominee's decision to make.
Okay, I'll ask it in a different question. Do you find that people or commissioners who do not uphold the law, or judges who do not uphold the law, should be something that this commission or something that should be an issue to anybody who's considering whether to renominate a person to the bench?
I would say yes. It should be something you take into consideration. Yes.
Right. And if there's rhetoric that's made by a judge, and in that rhetoric they make claims that people who are undocumented do not deserve to receive what the law states that they're willing to deserve to receive, then you would take issue with that, would you not?
Again, I'd have to read the entire decision. I don't know the facts.
Not reading any decisions. You're not talking about particular decisions. In general, in your role as a judge, if their law states something and someone deprives somebody of their right because of their feelings towards undocumented people, would you find that that would be an issue for this commission for this committee to review and consider whether or not to appoint somebody or reappoint somebody to that position?
As a general principle, yes.
Judge, before you answer, what I would instruct both parties to do is ask the question, wait for the answer, don't do the crosstalk, particularly given that we are on this platform. It becomes difficult to hear what's happening. Go ahead, Judge.
As a general principle, I would say yes. It's something that should be considered.
And as a judge, you understand, especially as a family court judge, you understand that when agreements are made between counsel, especially when the Office of the Attorney General is involved in reaching an agreement with counsel, those agreements shouldn't just be arbitrarily dismissed. And you wouldn't do such a thing if you were presented an agreement by the Attorney General's office and by opposing counsel, would you?
Arbitrarily dismissed? You mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
So in other words, in family court, you might oftentimes see issues revolving child support. That's something that's within the purview of the Attorney General's office. If the Attorney General's office says we've reached an agreement with defense counsel regarding arrearage, you wouldn't just simply arbitrarily say, well, no, I'm not going to accept that agreement. Would you do that?
I hope I would never arbitrarily or capriciously reject anything. I would carefully consider it. If I thought for some reason there was a good reason not to accept it, which does happen sometimes, I might not accept it. I may not approve it.
And you wouldn't allow your personal opinions on issue, like, for example, the documented or the legal status of somebody to enter into your consideration, because you would know that would be inappropriate for you as a judge to do such a thing.
That is correct. It never enters into my decisions at all.
Right. So, so you understand, obviously, that part of the role of a family court judge, or any judge or commissioner for that matter, is to listen to the facts, adhere to the letter of the law, and not to allow their own opinions to come into their determinations when it comes to collateral issues.
That is correct, sir. That is correct.
So I appreciate you taking the time to address those questions. I'm sure you understand where those questions stem from. As a person who represents the city of Bridgeport, where there's quite a few undocumented people here, and are oftentimes subjugated by the court and oftentimes frustrated by the court, I hope you understand the sensitivity of those decisions, and look forward to hearing other questions that other committees members may have. Thank you very much, chairs, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Judge Truglia.
Good afternoon, Representative Miller.
I want to congratulate you on your renomination.
Thank you.
Judge Truglia, I had the opportunity to sit in your court in Stanford, and I want to commend you on the way you presided over that particular case. It was a case, a divorce case, a husband and wife, and the wife, you had asked the wife the same question several times, and she skirted the questions, but you were very compassionate, very respectful, And I want to thank you for that. And I have to say that I've had the opportunity to know you outside of the courtroom, and I know you as a man of integrity, of respect, and compassion, as well as fairness. And I'm happy to say and happy to see that you also take those same attributes into your courtroom, that you use those same attributes when you're presiding over a case. And as you stated, no one wants to be in court, and you understand that. And so as far as family day, you were asked the question, someone made the comment, my colleague made the comment that family is important to you. And I'm here to say that it is. I've seen how you've taken care of your mother. I've seen the patience that you've had with your mother. And you take that same type of patience and compassion into the courtroom. So I want to thank you for the work that you've done, not only inside the courtroom, but outside the courtroom. And as Senator Kisser said, I want to thank your family for your dedication to the state of Connecticut. And I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
I just, point of order, I've been on this committee for 8 years, and this is the first time I've ever heard questioning by the committee members about a decision or conduct by a spouse. And I'm upset about it, and I got to tell you, I'm a little disturbed by some questioning on that point, and I'm disappointed. But Your Honor, I just want to say that I've seen you in court in Stamford. We have a mutual friend, Jerry Fox. You've been an outstanding jurist, fair to all sides. I don't remember sitting in front of you on anything significant over the last 5 or so years, but I've done due diligence, and I've heard nothing but rave reviews on your service as a fair, impartial jurist who treats everybody with respect. And thank you for your service. I remember being on judicial selection when you came through to become a judge. I think I was chair at the time, and I'm very pleased with that vote in support of your candidacy as a judge. You've been an excellent jurist, and I thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rabembis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Congratulations on your renomination. I'm going to have to echo the sentiments that was just represented by State Representative Thomas O'Day. I equally am shocked by some of the questions that the good Senator Bradley had just put on the record. I would encourage that every member of this committee, if you have any information that you believe is important enough to highlight and that may have an impact on any nominee, that information be shared with the chairs, the ranking members, and then accordingly with the members of this committee. I believe that the line of questioning for those that are not attorneys was very broad and generalized, because there are a variety of factors that's taken into consideration in a variety of different laws, from workers' comp all the way down to family law, that may or may not include a person's legal status. So I think it could be misinterpreted and misrepresented, and I want to make sure that the record is clear in that regard. And in order for a record to be clear, I would encourage any member of this committee or any member of the public that may have any information that they believe is pertinent and relevant to a person's nomination to please share it with the committee. And again, Your Honor, I can certainly speak for personal experience and many of your colleagues who hold you in high regard for the work that you have done on the bench. I congratulate you on your renomination.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dan. Representative Fox.
I want to echo and second the sentiment shared by Representative Pat Miller, who I think very eloquently outlined your service to the community and to the court. I will say very briefly on 2 points. One is that when speaking to my colleagues, with fellow colleagues of the bar about judges, oftentimes you hear individuals say about a certain jurist, they read everything. And that can be a blessing and a curse for practitioners who come before them. But I will say you have been identified as one of the jurists who do in fact read everything. And you take into account all the matters before you very diligently and professionally, and it shows in the opinions that you write, the manner in which you hold yourself in the court. So thank you for that. The second point I want to make is I had the opportunity, the fortunate opportunity to know Judge Trugley before he became a judge. as well as our main relationship was maintained after he ascended to the bench. And I will say, he's always remained to be the humble individual I knew before, the humble man I know now. I want to thank you for your service and congratulate you on your nomination. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Representative Stastrom.
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn it over to Representative Dubitzky.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got it.
Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Judge, for coming in. Judge, as I recall, I've only been before you one time, and that was in the middle of a jury trial with another judge. And as I recall, during jury selection, there was my side believed that the other side was excluding jurors based on their race. And I recall coming before you on such an argument. And from my recollection, you did an excellent job of listening to all the litigants, the arguments on both sides, and balancing not only the interests of the litigants, but also the public policy of ensuring that jurors were not excluded based on their race. So I believe that was the only time I was before you, and my experience with you was that you were a very competent and very knowledgeable jurist that took into account all aspects of the legal system, and I appreciate your work at that time. Thank you. And good luck in your nomination.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, I want to congratulate you on your renomination. I do want to echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues about the line of questioning that you were subjected to, but I think the fact you handled it as well as you did is surely a testament to your temperament, which is one of the major things we look for in judicial renominations, and I want to congratulate you. So,
thank you.
Next up will be the Honorable Gary J. White of Stanford.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge White. If you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, go ahead and make it, please.
Again, good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, to everyone. I first want to thank Governor Lamont for renominating me for another term as a judge of the Superior Court. I also want to thank Senator Winfield, Representative Stafstrom, Representative Fishbein, Senator Kissel, and each member of the Judiciary Committee for allowing me to appear before you today. It's been my honor and privilege to serve the people of this state as a judge of the Superior Court for over 24 years. The position has been challenging as well as rewarding. Over the 8 years since my last reappointment in 2013, I've been the presiding criminal judge in the Judicial District of Stanford, Norwalk, where I have presided over numerous pretrials, program application hearings, jury trials, and other criminal matters. I'd like to continue my service on the bench, and I welcome any questions you may have for me. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to address the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for being before us. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Your Honor, for your service. I just wanted to make a comment. I don't practice criminal law, but in doing my due diligence, I have reached out. I have actually observed you. I was going through the courtroom many months ago, maybe over a year ago now, and observed your judicial demeanor was outstanding. You're fair. You've got an outstanding reputation. I just want to thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut and wish you well.
Thank you very much for those comments.
Thank you. Representative Miller.
Sorry, I didn't expect you to call me so quickly. Good afternoon, Judge. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Judge White, I have a few questions to ask, if I may, Mr. Chair.
All right.
So you said that you like family law and followed by criminal law. So I know that you're in the criminal courts now.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So you're in criminal law now. You're in the criminal court. So what do you like about being in the criminal court?
I like interacting with the lawyers. I like coming up with creative solutions to problems, that is helping people out when they're in a difficult situation, yet remaining faithful to the law and being practical. And I think practicing criminal law, particularly when I did the trials, can be intellectually challenging. And at the same time, you have to be practical and quick on your feet. And I've learned something every time I've tried a criminal case. So it's an enjoyable process.
So I understand being a judge presiding over criminal court is very difficult. You get cases like the one that you had a couple weeks ago, where a woman had stabbed her former boyfriend, and you presided over that case. And so my question to you is this: what type of atmosphere do you try to create in your court?
I try to be efficient. I try to be practical. I try to be fair to everyone, and I try to move things along without being too hurried. There are some cases that require a very short period of time to process, and others that take a longer period of time. And once one has experience and knowledge about the individuals involved and the issues, one adjusts to whatever's necessary.
Okay, thank you. I've heard my colleagues who are attorneys talk about other judges to say that they're fair, they're honest, they are respectful, they're compassionate. And so my question to you is, if an attorney sat before you, I'm going to say staff and attorney, if your staff and attorney who have interacted with you, what do you think they would say about you?
If you, could you repeat it? If what kind of attorney?
If the staff of the courthouse, staff of the courthouse and attorneys, if they were sitting on this panel today, in this committee today, what do you think they would say about you?
I suppose it depends on who you're talking about. I would like to think they would say that I can be tough yet fair. I can be creative. I follow the law, but I understand that the law has a flexibility built into it. And I'd like to think they'd say that, but of course, I don't know what's going on in other people's minds. Sometimes people project things onto you based on things they've heard from others, or things out of their own expectations from something they might have read in the newspaper or seen on television. And of course, I don't have any control over that. All I can do is be as faithful as I can to the law, to be fair, to be practical, and just to take everybody's views into account and make the best decision I can under the circumstances.
Okay, and so thank you for that answer. You sent us an email, I guess, to say that there was a case, a complaint against you.
Right.
Mr. Pignon? It was Pignon?
Petion, yes.
Petion. And so in the email, you stated that I guess he had had an appeal to the Supreme Court, and they overturned one of your sentences because there were 2 counts of assault, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little about that case, please?
Sure. This individual was charged with 2 counts of assault in the first degree. He was accused of taking a knife and slashing the face of the new boyfriend of his mother's child. He went over there when the boyfriend and girlfriend were having a birthday party for the child because the defendant was upset that the new man was around his child. And as I indicated, he took a knife, slashed the boyfriend's face, and the girlfriend got cut as well. And we had the trial. He was convicted. Case went to the Supreme Court. They affirmed one of the counts, and they reversed the count regarding the girlfriend because they said the injury wasn't sufficient enough to constitute serious physical injury under the statute. Now, if you take a look at the decision, they didn't say that I gave the wrong law or made incorrect evidentiary rulings or anything of that nature. They, the Supreme Court, disagreed with the assessment of the jurors who sat in the courtroom, listened to the evidence, saw the injuries, heard the medical testimony, and they, the Supreme Court, said that, and by the way, it was a split decision. They said the evidence was insufficient. So they overturned one of the counts. And since I'm talking about having a reversal on a decision, and I know this came up a couple of other times in the hearings earlier today, just because a judge is reversed in a case on an issue doesn't mean necessarily that the judge did something evil or was incompetent or anything of that nature. There's an issue regarding the meaning of the statutory provision, that is what serious physical injury is. And in that particular case, our Supreme Court didn't agree with what the jury decided. It wasn't my decision, it was a jury's decision. So they overturned one of the counts. And just going back to your original question, Mr. Petion filed a complaint against me because he said I treated him unfairly. The Supreme Court reversed that one count. They sent it back to me. I dismissed that count and I resentenced him as I'm required to do under the law. And he, and I'm kind of paraphrasing summarizing his complaint, he said that I was unfair because the Supreme Court had agreed with him and one of the counts was overturned. Okay, they did agree with him that there was insufficient evidence on that count. And again, that wasn't my decision, it was the jury's decision. But I followed my obligation under the law. I dismissed the count, I resentenced him, and that was the end of it.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chair, so what was the sentence the first time he was before you?
The first sentence, I sentenced him to concurrent terms of 17 years plus 3 years of special parole. And by the way, he had he was on probation at the time of the initial trial, and I sat as the trial judge on the VOP, and the jury didn't know that. And he owed, I think it was 18 months 18 months in jail. So I gave him a total effective sentence of 17 years plus 3 special parole. After the reversal came, as I said, dismissed count 2. I gave him a sentence of 17 years and I eliminated the special parole. So I actually reduced his sentence when he came back for resentencing. So, he said I was unfair to him with the resentencing, and I find that kind of difficult to understand because I gave him a lesser sentence, not a greater sentence, not even the same sentence, actually.
Okay, I'm not an attorney, so you have to help me with that one. I see 17 is 17. So what was the difference between the two?
What's the difference? Could you restate?
Yeah, I saw 17 years in the first sentence, and I see 17 years in the second sentence, and you said without some conditions. So what is really the difference between the two? He still has to serve 17 years, correct?
Let me go back and explain again. The first time I sentenced him, he was convicted of 2 counts of assault in the first degree. The maximum sentence is 20 years. I gave him 17 years to serve plus 3 years of special parole. That adds up to 20 years on each of the 2 counts. And I ran them concurrently, meaning that they are served at the same time. I also gave him 18 months in jail on a violation of probation. So he had previously been convicted and he owed 18 months in jail. I made all the sentences run together. So he had a total effective sentence of 17 years to serve plus 3 special parole. When he came back for resentencing, I dismissed one of the assault counts. I gave him a 17-year sentence on the assault count that was affirmed. And that 17-year sentence was a smaller sentence than I had originally given him. And he had already served the concurrent 18-month sentence. So what I'm saying to you is that after that case, after one of the counts in that case was reversed, I dismissed it per the order of the Supreme Court. And on the count that survived, I actually gave him a smaller sentence than I gave him originally. We had the sentencing hearing. I heard Mr. Petion. I heard his family. I read about his background. I took into account not only what Mr. Petion and his family had to say, but I took into account the feelings and thoughts of the victims, both the boyfriend who was injured and the former girlfriend, and the impact on the community. And I fashioned a new sentence, which again was a smaller sentence, not a bigger sentence. So when it comes to being empathetic or sympathetic as a jurist, you not only look at the impact of a sentence on the defendant, but you look at the impact on any victim, the victim's family, the community, and what your sentence is going to say to the public at large. And is it going to deter people from behaving in this type of atrocious behavior, people at large? And is it going to deter this particular individual from engaging in this kind of activity in the future? So there are a lot of things to consider when you're acting as a criminal court judge and going through sentencing. And actually, I think sentencing is probably, in my opinion, right up there, probably the most difficult thing that a criminal court judge can do, because people in the public will read something in the newspaper or see something on television, and they have surface information. They're not privy to all the information that the lawyers and the judge may be privy to. So you get a small snippet of information, or somebody might hear something from somebody else. But we in the system, and I'll just talk about my role as a judge, I try to get the best information available, take into all the factors that I mentioned, and come up with the best decision that I can. Now, obviously, there are people who are going to disagree with a sentence from a criminal court judge, the defendant's family, some of the people in the community, and they're entitled to do that. And I understand that, and I don't discount that. But I do say that a judge has to just take into account the best information that he or she can get and make the fairest decision based on the law and the facts. And that's about all you can do.
One last question, Mr. Chair, if I may. So, and you just made a comment that based on the law and the facts, and I heard earlier that that's the baseline. But as a judge in the criminal court, and believe me, you and I've had the conversation about that, about you have to take everything, both sides, the victim and the victim's family, and as well as the perpetrator. Take all of that in consideration, the facts. And I recently read an obituary about a judge in Hawaii, and the obituary said that she was the personified of grace and wisdom. So the bottom line is definitely are the facts, right? And the law. Do you think as a judge, a criminal judge, or a judge presiding over criminal matters, have the ability to preside or sentence, act with compassion and grace and wisdom?
Does one have the ability to do that?
Right. So in other words, you judge, right? Do you think, you mentioned the bottom line being the law and the facts, right? With all of that, can you also consider compassion, empathy, and wisdom?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's about the law and the facts.
Yes, compassion, empathy do come in, and those terms often are a matter of perspective. because let's say you're talking about a case where someone's been killed or seriously injured or sexually assaulted. Compassion to the defendant and his family is one thing, and compassion to the victim or friends of the victim or family members of the victim may be something altogether different. And during the course of my career as a lawyer and a judge, I've encountered many situations where someone has done something extremely serious, grave, and the person may be a young person, maybe the person has no record or a minimal record, and the victims, assuming the person's been convicted, want a very harsh punishment for the defendant. And the defendant's family or friends want the court to consider the person's maybe impoverished background or lack of education, or the fact that the person has been involved in a community, etc. Sorry, pardon me. And so a judge has to take all those things into account, and whatever the judge does is not going to be necessarily acceptable to any given individual. I mean, from the perspective of the victim's family, maybe the judge was too hard on a defendant. And from the perspective of, the perspective of the defendant's family, the judge may have been too hard on the defendant. Whereas from the perspective of one of the victims or somebody in the community, maybe they think that the judge was too easy and let the person get away with something and show that the system isn't really serious about enforcing the law. So a lot of what we're talking about depends on perspective, I think. And I understand that reasonable minds can differ.
Thank you. Judge White, you were a former public defender, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you, and this is the last question, Mr. Chair. As a public defender, do you think being a public defender has helped you to be a better judge?
I think so, because I know what it is to represent somebody who perhaps has a bad record, who is not able to persuasively tell a story on his own behalf, somebody who, because of his record, will not readily be believed because he's got credibility issues. And I understand that a lot of PD clients, not all, can be difficult people to work with. They come into the system thinking it's against them from the get-go. There's a presumption of innocence, obviously, in a criminal court, and the state has to prove its charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's some people who come into the system doubting that those things are true at all. And from what I've seen among my colleagues and lawyers, we try to uphold the values of the law to the best of our ability. I know I do. And regardless of what you say or do, there's some people who are never going to believe that that's actually the case, that there is a presumption of innocence. The state really does have to prove its case. But I hold the state's feet to the fire, and if they don't prove the case, they don't prove it, and I'll tell them that. And during the course of our pretrial discussions, and I've had thousands of them, I have no problem telling a state's attorney, I don't think you have a case here. And maybe there's a legal issue, such as a search issue or an improperly procured statement or a confession, something of that nature, or maybe there are proof problems. And I'll tell the state's attorney that in a minute. At the same time, I will give a defendant's lawyer my honest assessment of the stature, the nature of the defense in a case. And it's ultimately up to a defendant to decide whether he wants a trial or not, whether he wants to take a program. And I don't force my opinions on anybody, but I give them my honest opinion when I'm asked.
Judge White, I would like to thank you for your patience and allowing me to answer the questions. And I also like to thank my colleagues for your patience as well. So I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you for recognizing me. Judge White, great to see you.
Nice to see you.
I've had the privilege of having worked with Judge White. I worked as a probation officer and a chief probation officer for almost 30 years. I worked in Stamford and Danbury. I have colleagues that still work in the Stamford GA and have nothing but wonderful things to say about Judge White. When it comes to probation, we do get a lot, as Judge White knows, we get a lot of the cases coming out of criminal court. Judge White knows how to balance community safety, treatment programs. To say Judge White's a guy that gets it is an understatement. It's almost like he's riding shotgun with you when you're in the community. He just knows how to, his sentences are fair, equitable. He's a respected judge by the court staff and by the community. And I thank you for your service, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for those comments. I appreciate it.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor, I'm up here in Enfield, so we're in two different places of the world. Your colloquy that I just heard was extremely articulate. As a former special public defender for about 10 years, I understand where you're coming from, and your balance of justice and humility and empathy and sympathy and compassion is extremely admirable, in my opinion. I never have appeared before you. I just wanted to say that I think we're really lucky to have a jurist on the bench such as yourself. And I just wanted that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you so much for being here today.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to, thank you, sir. I just want to follow up a little bit on my colleague, Representative Miller said, and I've never met you, but I hear from my other colleagues here that you're an outstanding judge, and that's of no surprise based on the testimony that I've heard. But she did mention a complaint against you, and what I basically heard you say was that in the nature of your job, no matter how you apply the law appropriately or how fair and honest you are, you're inevitably going to have some people that are upset with you. Is that basically fair?
I think that's fair. I deal with a lot of cases that involve extremely serious charges, and if the defendant's convicted, there are going to be harsh consequences, and they're hotly contested matters, and those individuals have to be treated with respect, and they get their opportunity to be heard in court, obviously. But it's not unusual for people to complain in a criminal court context, particularly if a person's facing a serious trial or has been convicted and is looking for some way to get out of a bad situation. And that doesn't mean that the complaints should be dismissed out of hand, but I think that is a factor to consider.
Thank you, sir. And I certainly agree with your sentiment on that. And I also want to just follow up and ask you, when those complaints are properly investigated and dismissed as meritless or however they're dismissed, it's sort of be unfair of this committee to hold those allegations against you. Is that fair to say?
I think so. There is a process in place for investigating complaints. And at the beginning, the JRC, Judicial Review Council, will review the nature of the complaint. And if they want to follow up on it, they'll ask the judge for a response. Or if they don't think it's a significant complaint, there are no facts justifying it, or it's an old complaint, they dismiss it out of hand.
Correct. And that's excellent. And the last thing you talked about was how when you sentence people, sometimes people are upset and you face criticism when they only know what you call surface information, or basically not all the facts, and they pass criticism on you, and you have to endure that as a judge, unfortunately.
That's part of the job. somebody is going to be unhappy most of the time when you make a decision. And as has been mentioned several times today, nobody's happy to go to court, whether you're talking about a family matter, juvenile court, criminal court, and we try to do our job as best we can and being respectful and polite. And we actually have some fun in the GA sometimes, I think, with the lawyers, but it's going to happen where people get upset with you. So I look at it this way. I do the best I can. I make the best decision I can, and recognizing that not everybody's going to be happy with what I decide.
Very well, sir. And it takes a special person to come to work and serve the people of this state every day and face those unfair criticisms based on not appropriate information and allegations when they're just simply upset because of the way that things ended up for them. And I want to thank you, Judge White, for showing up every day, enduring that criticism, and continuing to serve the great people of Connecticut. And I also want to thank you for your service as a public defender. I'll tell you, it's been 19 years in the criminal justice system as a police officer. I work hand in hand with the public defenders in my district because I recognize that the public defenders are a very important part of our judicial system and really of our society, play an integral role. And you've served Connecticut in both capacities. I'm very grateful for your service. Thank you for being here today, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if you were clear on this, but I'm dealing with some stuff over here as well. On this question about complaints that have been lodged against you and others, I recognize that some of them are complaints that are actually time barred or whatever the reasons that they get dismissed. But I've been on this committee long enough to see complaints that are dismissed by judicial review that actually had merit, and some of them that actually were exactly what the person complained about. I remember a few years ago, there was a man who came to us talking about a judge who had reached over into the box. We discovered that was actually true and it had been dismissed, and several others. So I guess because I didn't hear everything you said, I wonder, recognizing that there are issues where should be dismissed, and that's exactly appropriate. What is your feeling about us going back and talking about these complaints that have been dismissed? Because I think oftentimes we will discover information that somehow got missed by judicial review by being diligent in this process. So if you could speak a little bit to your perspective on that, that would be helpful to me.
I think you're certainly entitled to ask about the nature of the complaints and ask me about my perspective on them. And I can just tell you that in my opinion, over the years, some of the complaints that are made by criminal defendants, and I'll focus on them since I do mostly criminal work, often relate to things that are, I suppose, appellate issues in nature. People will complain, some defendants will complain that the judge admitted evidence that he shouldn't have admitted, that the judge should have sentence a person contrary to some facts found by the jury. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. A number of years ago, I did a drug trial in which the defendant was charged with sale by a non-drug dependent person. And the state put on the evidence, then the defense had its turn and put on evidence that the defendant was actually drug dependent. The defendant called a drug counselor in. He had some family members talk about the amount of drugs that the defendant used, et cetera. And in other words, he put forward evidence that he was in fact drug dependent. And the reason he put on evidence about his drug dependency is because under the statute, there's a mandatory minimum 5-year sentence if you're convicted as a non-drug dependent seller of drugs. The person was convicted after trial. I sentenced him as required by law to the mandatory minimum 5 years as part of the sentence. Then he filed a complaint against me saying that I should have known that he was a non-drug dependent person. I heard the evidence because I presided over the trial. Well, it wasn't my decision whether he was drug dependent or not. That was a jury's decision. They heard the evidence offered by the defense. They rejected it. He was a non-drug dependent person, and I sentenced him as required by law. So there's an example of a situation in which a defendant filed a complaint against me saying that I did something I shouldn't have done. I should have known that he was drug dependent, but it wasn't my decision whether he was drug dependent or not. That was a jury decision. And if he wanted to take an appeal on that issue and somehow frame his position before an appellate court, either the intermediate appellate court or the Supreme Court, he could have done that. But he complained. So I'm just saying that the Judicial Review Council is in place. They hear these complaints and they make a decision how far to go with them. So that's all I can say about that.
And I appreciate that, Judge. I guess the only thing that concerns me about these interactions that the committee has with judges, and we've had conversations with the Review Council as well, is that process, as anything, is imperfect. And there are several judges who are no longer judges who we never voted against, right? That kind of happened where they realized they were in trouble. Behind the scenes, they were allowed to quietly leave. And people will often say, well, you guys don't vote down these judges who are whatever. But the process here works that we will often find something in the complaint or find something that doesn't line up. And I've experienced being told over and over, we have a process for that. I'm not going to comment too deeply on what I think of that process, but certainly the fact that there are people who no longer sit on the bench, specifically because the Judiciary Committee was able to find some things that were missed or not looked at or were time barred, but actually a problem, I think is important. I just wanted to get clarity on your position because I think it's important to understand what those who are in the system of justice actually think about that. Because if this committee didn't catch those things, then I think justice would not actually have been administered for those people. So thank you. Congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I just wanted to say that Judge White is really the gold standard in terms of what he was talking about previously, these critical thinking on subject matters and the way that he administers justice. I think it's the gold standard of what judges should be doing, and not rubber stamping or going with kind of a usual go along with the flow type of sentencings and solutions to problems. So I can concur from my experiences of dealing with his dealings in his court that he is a tremendous judge who has been I think adhering to one of the most important functions of a judge, and that is to incorporate critical thinking in his structuring of solutions and in his vision of how he sees problems presented before his court.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Judge White, thank you for being with us, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Next, we will move on to the Honorable Cynthia K. Quinton of Chester. Quinton,
I'm here.
if you could just say hello for us a couple times.
I'm
Your
here.
Video comes up.
My video it seems to be working here. Do you have it?
There we go. Now we've got you. All right. Judge, if you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great, thanks. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it.
I do. Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Sostrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, members of the Judiciary Committee. I am honored to appear before you today, albeit virtually. I am very grateful to Governor Lamont for submitting my name for reappointment as a senior judge. And I would echo Judge Rohrabacher's comments, thanking Ms. Blanchard for all of her assistance in this matter. This is my fourth time appearing before this body. I was first appointed to the bench in 1997. During my 24 years as a judge, I have been assigned to various judicial districts and their geographical areas throughout the state: Waterbury, Hartford, Litchfield, New London, Wyndham, New Haven, and New Britain. I have presided over criminal matters, juvenile matters, family matters, and civil matters. I was the presiding judge for several years in Hartford Juvenile Court and the presiding judge for family matters in both Norwich and New Haven. Since my last reappointment in 2013, I have been assigned primarily to civil matters, sitting in New Britain and New London, where I've been for the past 3 years. In July of 2017, after completing 20 years on the bench, I elected senior judge status. My present assignment, as I have stated, is in the New London Judicial District, where I preside over civil matters. Being that I'm a senior judge, since the pandemic, I have not been on the bench. And during this time, it has just given me time to reflect on my past years, and I am really looking forward to getting back on the bench and serving the people of the state of Connecticut. I want to thank all the members of the committee for your consideration on my reappointment, and I will answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, Judge, I just want to know, obviously there's been some discussion today about the role that sort of the unenviable role sometimes judges have to play in cases where one party is represented by counsel and one is pro se. For the record, I did have the opportunity to try such a case before you just last year and witnessed firsthand the difficult role and the compassion, I would say, with which you sought to give as many breaks as you probably legally could to a pro se plaintiff in that matter, but walked that very tight line of not assisting them in providing legal advice. And I think that's probably a testament to your years of experience on the bench and the variety of matters you have tried, that you were able to handle what was a exceptionally difficult case given the circumstances.
I'm embarrassed to say, Representative that after the case was concluded, I was telling my colleagues about it, and they said, "Oh, he's the chair of the Judiciary Committee." And I was embarrassed to say I didn't know that. So I wasn't showing any kind of preference to anyone during that time. So it was,
No,
pretty
I
fun.
don't think you were. And in fact, my client would probably say, if anything, you're giving more preference to the pro se plaintiff, be that as it may.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I too, Judge Sweat, and I was before you, about 5 years ago. I had a case where a joint custody post-judgment family case, and the mother decided to take the child to Vermont over the father's objection. And, I filed a motion, and, those cases are always so difficult. And, you had the strength to order her to bring that child back to the state of Connecticut. And, I will say that doesn't happen all the time. And I just, in that case, because that happened, that case ended up with a good resolution, and that child has 2 parents in her life. And, I just want to thank you for that. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there's no further questions, Judge Swinton, congratulations and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next up will be the Honorable John C. Blue of Hamden.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You can. Good morning, Judge Blue. If you may raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, feel free to make it.
I do, and thank you. And good afternoon, Senator Winfield and Representative Safstrom, the honorable ranking members of this committee. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege and opportunity of appearing before you. And like my other nominees, I want to thank Governor Lamont for his confidence in me in giving me my renomination. A few nominees ago, Judge Rohrbeck mentioned on how quickly 8 years go. I get to top him with that. I get to say how quickly 32 years go. And in fact, longer than that. It just happens by the luck of the draw that 40 years ago at this very day, at this very time, I was a young legal aid lawyer arguing before the Supreme Court of the United States. And that seems like almost yesterday. 8 years later, in 1989, I became a judge of the Superior Court. I was originally nominated by Governor O'Neill. And I guess my 32 years of judicial service can be divided into two approximate halves. In the first half, going to 2001, I did primarily civil cases, although I did do GA and juvenile cases as well. Since 2001, with a couple of brief interruptions, I had, until my involuntary retirement due to age in 2018, I did primarily Part A criminal trials in Hartford, Bridgeport, and primarily New Haven, and enjoyed it very much. Since I became a judge trial referee in 2018, the opportunities to do criminal jury trials have by and large dissipated. That's primarily done by full judges of the Superior Court, although I have participated in 2 3-judge murder cases. I've primarily done courtside civil trials, which are very interesting and very demanding. And I did that working, I would say, 4 days a week until the pandemic hit in March of last year. And after that, I had about half a dozen cases that I had to finish up that I'd started hearing beforehand. And I did finish those up at no cost to the taxpayers. And since my last decision was filed in November of 2012, I would say it's 2012 and November 2020, I would say that I have anxiously and optimistically long for the return to normal life, like the rest of you, I'm sure. So I would be very happy to answer any of the committee's questions.
Judge, I think a number of members of the bar around the state of Connecticut join you in hoping for the day in which folks can get back in front of you and try cases again.
Absolutely.
In the near future. Senator Kissel.
Hi, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I'm going to test my memory, see how feeble I'm getting in my old age. I was called as a potential jurist, and I think I saw a video where you were one of the participants talking to us from the video as potential jurists. That's part A. And part B is my recollection correct that sometimes you wax poetic in your decisions?
Well, let me start with part A. I'm afraid I'm the victim of mistaken identification. I've never been on one of the juror videos, as far as I know, unless somebody caught me on a surveillance camera. In terms of part B, I will confess under torture that I have occasionally waxed poetic, although my wife has persuaded me that it would probably be better judicial practice not to do so.
Oh, no. I dissuade you from that. I tell your wife that Senator Kissel says no, because those were beautiful decisions. They were nice to read. It was like, it was like, harmony. So in any event, I just congratulate you. I'm so glad that you're still working for us. I can't believe that somehow I thought you were on that video. I don't know who that person was, but I'm going to find out who it was.
Well, somewhere out there, there's a John Blue lookalike.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a doppelganger. In any event, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Blue.
Good afternoon, Representative.
Yes, thank you for the correction. Good afternoon. In question number 8, you talked about criminal, what you enjoy most, and you did mention the intellectual challenges along with the societal piece. If you could just kind of elaborate on that and tell me, tell us exactly what you mean by that and what those challenges, an example of what an intellectual challenge is in the capacity that you serve.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Well, first, I think that criminal law especially has 2 very different challenges. One is what I'll call the challenge to the temperament in trying to keep an even keel in cases involving litigants who are understandably very emotional because of what they've experienced. But second, the law is a discipline, and it's an intellectual discipline with a long history. And I am what I describe to people as a law junkie. That is, I actually enjoy reading judicial decisions from yesterday and from 100 years ago. A lot of the law is a puzzle. And it doesn't matter whether you're a judge trial referee or a judge on the Supreme Court of the United States. You have to figure out how to interpret the law, especially when either the law is unclear or there are 2 conflicting strains of law that seem to go in opposite directions. And that's true of cases ranging from very small cases. I had a small claims case last year involving a couple of horses that had a tremendous number of issues in trying to figure out whether the town had a bailment on a couple of horses. The case wasn't worth much. It was worth a few $100s, but it was important to the parties, and I had to figure out the law. On a somewhat ostensibly more exalted stage, I was given a case decided by the Supreme Court, eventually a case called State versus Brown, which a couple of years ago, which affirmed the decision I made involving cell phone location in a criminal case, in which I'm proud to say that either through intellect or luck, I correctly predicted that the Supreme Court of the United States would hold that the cell phone location was a matter that involved the privacy under the 4th Amendment and would be subject to 4th Amendment scrutiny. And somewhat to my relief, the Supreme Court of Connecticut ultimately upheld me on that. Dealing with people is very important, no matter whether we're in civil, family, criminal, or juvenile. Dealing with people is really important, and it's important on a day-by-day basis, but you also have to figure out the law, and that is an intellectual challenge. Maybe that's too long an answer, but that's my answer.
No, I thank you for that. And I certainly agree with your response. And it just conjures up a word that is really familiar to me, which is discernment. And I thank you for being a law junkie. That is very much appreciated. It just goes to show your commitment to what it is you do and your service to the state. And I thank you for that. And I wish you all the best on this reappointment nomination. And I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon.
I always call you a Spitfire. You're everywhere down there at that New Haven court, and I've been before you a few times. In fact, I was actually called for jury duty, and you were presiding over the case on that particular day, and it was a difficult case to deal with emotionally, I think, for my fellow jurors and I got to see you in that realm as well, and I think you treated everybody with respect. One of the biggest things that I learned from you early on, about 15 years ago, I appeared before you on a motion to dismiss. I was defending a case where the other side put like 10 different claims in one count. And I filed a motion because they should have separated into separate counts. And I stood there and I was prepared to read to you 20 pages of my argument. And you said, counsel, you don't read your argument in my class, in my courtroom. You should have put it in your objection or your motion. And ever since then, I take that and I put my words in my writing, and then, you know, just have the discussion with the court. And I thank you for that.
Good.
Senator Kissel had mentioned the poems. I got to tell you, over the last few years, I've gotten some short decisions from you. None of them have contained a poem. Every time I've read the decision, I've looked for the end, you know, where is the poem? And I've been very disappointed. So I will tell you that I am also a fan of the poems. Haven't seen them in years now. And I too would encourage you to add that, because it's certainly, you being a fan of the law and you being able to put those words together to interpret what the case is about is refreshing. Nobody else does that. And I would hope that it happens more often. And you know, if I need to have your wife give me a call and we'll work it out. So.
My wife happens to be listening in the other room and laughing. Her advice may not change, however, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Well, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my opportunity to speak with the judge.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge Blue, thank you for being with us. And although I don't know that we'll take a formal vote on this, I think it's probably the consensus of the committee that the poems need to make a return. So,
all right, thank you very much.
Next up will be the Honorable Henry S. Cohen of West Hartford.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
We can, thank you, Judge. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Before you begin your opening statement, I do have to note for the record, I believe Representative Dubitsky is going to recuse himself on this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I recuse myself on this nominee.
All right, so the record will so note. And with that, Judge Cohen, you can go ahead and make your opening statement.
Good afternoon. And I want to thank the chairs and the ranking members and the committee itself for inviting me to appear today at this hearing. I also want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for a full term as a judge trial referee. I started out as a judge in 1997, and then in 2015, I became a judge trial referee. I've mostly been assigned to the juvenile court and for many years, the tax and administrative appeals court. And I've also helped out in the New Britain Housing Court and done some zoning, some affirmative housing matters and affordable housing matters. And for some years, I was serving along with others as a pretrial appellate advocate program unit, but that's been suspended. Most recently, I've been at home, and during most of 2020 and 2021, I've been catching up on my leftover cases, but I've been conducting tax pretrials, state tax pretrials remotely. Now, I've enjoyed my assignments, and but more importantly, I hope that I have served the people of Connecticut fairly and honestly. So I look forward to answering any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Judge. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge Cohen. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I was a clerk during 97 through 2001 at that New Britain court, and I know you were there in administrative appeals during that time. We had many a chambers conference and talk. In addition to being a judge, I recently read a book report of yours where you wrote about a book called Tough Cases.
Yes.
And That was printed in the Law Journal, and based upon your recommendation, I did purchase that book and I did read it, and I thank you for that. So just wanted to mention that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
And thank you for your encouragement, sir.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge Cohen, I appreciate being with us, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Next up will be the Honorable James G. Kenefick Jr. of Guilford.
Can you hear me?
Judge, you with us? Yes, there we go. We've got you. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. I am honored to appear before you today. I do want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for reappointment to a fourth term as a Superior Court Judge to our referee. Since I was last before this committee back in 2013, I have primarily sat in family court in New Haven. Actually, except for my first 6 months on the bench, I have sat in family court continuously for the past 23 years. In addition to my assignment in family court, I also have been designated by the Chief Administrator to preside over hearings before the Office of State Ethics. I have enjoyed my assignments, which have taken me to Waterbury, Norwich, Hartford, and now New Haven, where I have sat in family since 2001. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve as a Superior Court Judge to referee, and I look forward, with your approval, to be able to continue that service. Thank you for letting me address you today, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge. You and I would see each other quite frequently in New Haven, and I'm hoping that we see each other in person sometime soon. Quite an honor for you to be, for me to be part of this process, because you've been a judge that I've been before my entire practice, and I've always known you to be diplomatic and fair and just get to the heart of the matter. And you've resolved a lot of my cases, and I thank you for that. And I just want to mention to my colleagues that, you know, you should continue on, and you are definitely a credit to what you do, and it's quite clear that you enjoy what you do, and that's always good too. I just had one question for you. In reviewing the backup, it indicates that you were first appointed to the bench on Independence Day, 1997.
Yes.
And based upon where we are today and how our sessions run, we wouldn't be in session on Independence Day. So how did that happen?
That was the day I got sworn in. I think it was four of us that got appointed at the same time, and we had to get ourselves sworn in, and I had my daughter swear me in, and we did it on that day.
Okay, and that's your daughter, Margot.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and Margot, you know, she and I have had cases against each other, and she's always been just as respectful as you are. So I once again, you know, thank you or congratulate you on your renomination, and I look forward to, as I said before, seeing you in person very, very shortly. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, congratulations on your renomination. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next up will be the Honorable Charles T. Lee of Stamford. Is Judge Lee with us?
I think so.
Hey,
you hear me?
How are you? Judge, if you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, feel free to go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Charles Lee, and it is an honor to appear before you today. I thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for another term on the bench, this time as a judicial trial referee. I also wish to express my appreciation to each member of the committee for considering my nomination, and my gratitude to you for figuring out how to hold this hearing in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. I was appointed a Superior Court judge in March 2013. My first assignment was in the Judicial District of Ansonia, Milford, and Derby, where I served primarily in the GA and also handled housing and civil matters. And I remain grateful to this day to the other judges and staff in the Derby courthouse for their advice and counsel in this initial assignment. In June 2014, I was given a civil assignment in my resident court of Stamford, where I was one of 3 judges tasked to implement and conduct the individual calendar docket. In September 2017, I was assigned to the complex litigation docket in Stamford, which was a challenging and fulfilling position. I turned 70 and became a JTR on February 20, 2020, 3 weeks before the judicial shutdown and the furlough of JTRs. I completed my term on the complex litigation docket as a volunteer 6 months later in September 2020. Since that time, I've served as a JTR in Stamford in civil matters, handling pretrial conferences, various motions, and probable cause rulings, as well as drafting decisions in the matters which I had heard before the shutdown. In conclusion, I want to say that serving as a Connecticut judge has been the greatest honor of a career in the law. I'd be most grateful to the committee and to the General Assembly for the opportunity to continue to serve the people of Connecticut in this way. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Judge. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor, no questions, just a thank you as someone who has appeared before you, obviously not recently with the current situation, but practicing down in Stamford. You are a benefit to the bench and the bar, and have an outstanding reputation and have always been fair and well-reasoned in your opinions, even on the many occasions that you've ruled against me. But thank you for your service to the state, and best wishes.
Thank you, Representative.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Judge, I want to echo Representative Day's comments. Thank you for your service to our state and for all the great work you do on the civil docket down in Stamford.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our judicial nominations. We do have one nomination that concludes our judicial renominations. We have one new nomination to the Board of Pardons and Paroles to hear, and that is Yolanda Castillo of Manchester.
Hi, I'm here.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, will help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. If you could make your opening statement.
Sure. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judicial Committee. My name is Yolanda Castillo, and it's an honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont to the State of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as you are considering whether to confirm this appointment. I would like to discuss my background and qualification as a way of introducing myself to you. I'm a proud Puerto Rican woman from Hartford, whom, being the only one in my family to graduate from college, worked 28 years in state service, and retired in 2016. I come from a family in which my mother only went to school up to the 5th grade, and my father, who graduated from high school. And although the lack of education, they worked various jobs where they instilled a strong work ethic in myself and my siblings. My father always pushed the importance of completing your education, as it would be the key out of poverty and the way to provide for your family. That is exactly what I did. I attended Southern Connecticut State University, earning my bachelor's and my master's degree, and went on to serve the exact community that I grew up in. In 1988, I was hired by the state of Connecticut, the Bureau of Vocational Rehab Services, as a vocational rehab counselor. My duties were to work with people with disabilities to obtain gainful employment. I believe my experience and knowledge from my professional career will assist me with providing successful reintegration of our offenders into society, with hope that they will be self-sufficient and not become repeated offenders. I will end with stating that if granted the opportunity to serve on the Board of Pardons and Parole, my commitment, my integrity, empathy, and most importantly, my strong work ethic will be brought to this board. If there's any questions or concern, I will try to answer them today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Hi, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Hey, you're close to me. I live in Enfield. Are you familiar with the prisons up in our neck of the woods?
A little bit, not as much, no.
And where will you have to go to work? New Britain?
No, I will be reporting to Waterbury.
So that's sort of a haul. Now,
Well,
you've had like a lot of good state service. Why do you want this new position?
Well, honestly, I worked 26 years. I've always been very active in my community, and I still have a lot of energy, and I want to give back. And this is only part-time, so I feel I can do the time and really serve the community.
All right. Well, we used to have like a part-time pardons and paroles group. Then we went through the whole huge murder and we reformed the whole system and we wanted to make it very professional. What kind of legal background do you have that would make me feel really, I mean, I like you. Don't think that I'm not voting for you. But I don't hear the criminal background information that would allow you to make these judgments.
I don't have a legal background. I do have a paralegal certificate that I did at University of Hartford. But yeah, I don't have that background. I do have the background of working with people and having the ability to understand what happens in the community, and when people do get in trouble, to be sensitive enough to make a decision, getting the information, looking at it and making the right decisions so that they're out in the community. And I think that would be part of the job of being on the Board of Pardons and Parole.
Well, the only thing that I will say is sort of like my charge to you.
Yes.
And I'm happy to support you, is that there are a ton of great people, including the chairman of the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Yes.
And what you're doing is you're doing an assessment of the danger that these individuals might pose to society should they be released. So it's a complex kind of situation. Chatted up with David McCluskey because he was there for a while before. Now he's working with corrections. But there's a ton of great people on that board, and we've reformed it. We've tried to make it more professional, and I think it's worked really well thus far. And I personally believe in a second chance society. Unfortunately, the state doesn't put a lot of the constructs underneath the individuals when they come out, though. And so that's part of the equation you're going to have to figure out. But I'm really happy to have someone from up in our neck of the woods. Manchester's not that far away from Enfield. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Castillo, it is absolute pleasure to see you before us as a nominee for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And I certainly hear what Senator Kissel is saying in the way of having legal experience, but I know that there's also a balance that is required with lived experience, specifically the lived experience that you have in community. And I think that, yes, it does require assessment of dangers that may be presented to reintroducing these people to society. But I want to also acknowledge the positive impact that they can also have through being rehabilitated. And sadly, not to attribute to the system, but to their own selves and their desire to be better people and to be folks that have learned from their mistakes. And I truly do look forward to seeing you serve in this capacity. And I thank you for your state service. And I look forward to casting an affirmative vote for you as Board of Pardons and Paroles nominee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Yolanda, so good to see you today. I am proud, for the benefit of my colleagues, to call you my constituent. You are an outstanding member of our community here in Manchester. You have served the community currently as the secretary of our board of directors. For the benefit of those on the call, that is our town council in Manchester. You, if I'm not mistaken, serve the first person of color to serve in a leadership role on that board. So again, something we're very proud of. You are a person I have known to be of compassion and professionalism. At the same time, when I hear you use your outside voice, you are a person who is a true leader. And a person of conviction. So I think you're going to make an outstanding addition to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And by way of your experience, if you would just, for the benefit of the committee, touch upon your experience in state service with the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services and talk about how that will lend itself to your service to the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Okay, yes, thank you. As I worked as a vocational rehab counselor, I worked with at least 200 cases. And it's interesting because society today, we tend to stereotype, and the people with disabilities really want to work hard in our community. And it was hard to find them employment, but also the perception of the community thinking that they couldn't work was difficult, but I was always able to find employment to those individuals. And I think it's the same thing with offenders. I mean, they serve their time and they come out. And as long as we can provide that support and they are committed and they have the support that they need, I believe it would be the same thing, that we put the time and effort. And so working with that caseload was difficult, but at the same time, I was able to be successful because we worked together. I coordinated services outside, had a lot of support with the community, and I was able to place those individuals. So it will help me a lot to do the same with this population as I serve. And hopefully too, I received a lot of training, and I'm hoping that also with the Board of Pardon and Paroles, I will also get some trainings so that I can also instill what I've learned.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think that's right. And I think that experience is relevant and speaks to the balance that Representative Porter talked about that we need on the Board of Pardons and Paroles. So thank you again for appearing. Great to see you, and look forward to supporting you in this role.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to congratulate Yolanda Castillo for coming before us and getting this appointment, and share with the committee that I have known Yolanda Castillo for over, I think, 14 years now, and have worked very, very closely with her in a variety of different capacities. She has a tremendous amount of experience in local and state government and in criminal justice issues. And she's a person of utmost integrity, compassion, diligence, hard work, and intellect, and frankly, talent. And I want to give the strongest possible endorsement for her coming before us today. She will be an extraordinary addition to this board, and will not only make our community of Manchester proud, but I'm confident that you'll find she'll make the state of Connecticut proud in this role. So I want to thank you, Yolanda, for your incredible service and for being before us today.
Thank you.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Castillo, I'm honored to know you, but also know about the qualities that you have. You truly bring compassion, understanding, and looking at your educational background and your experience, you will be able to serve the community of our state very well. So I look forward to supporting you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now that we've exhausted the Manchester delegation, who I never realized every one of which is a member of this committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ma'am, and congratulations on your appointment. Have you had the opportunity, one of the great things about today is, and technology is, the public has the opportunity to watch proceedings of government. And have you had the opportunity to watch any of the hearings of the Board of Pardons and Paroles on CTN or something like that?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've watched a few, yes.
And is there any part of that process that you've perceived that you would want to change or you're uncomfortable with?
No, I think giving the opportunity to serve and be able to do some of that, maybe in the future, I might have some recommendations. But right now, what I've seen, I don't have, because I really haven't been able to go through it. But I believe with time, I hope that I could come back to the committee and give some recommendations or some changes that I could see that could make a difference for the process.
Well, I thank you for that. And I just want to put something on your radar, and that is at the end of a proceeding after the petitioner has spoken, whoever is running the meeting will announce to the individual, well, the state's attorney in that judicial district opposes your application. And they don't explain to them why they oppose. And the state's attorney doesn't appear or doesn't send a representative to tell that individual why that adverse statement is being made. And I personally, when I've been before the board, I found that to be unfair. And I've viewed a lot of these cases where people are pro se, and you don't know, if you're unsuccessful before the board, whether or not that unchallenged statement had an aspect of perhaps the declining of the petition. So I just want to put that on your radar, assuming, and I know of no reason why this wouldn't go through, because I too am a proponent of a second chance society, and I have brought that up to the commissioner, the chairman of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you
so much.
Senator Bradley.
Hello. I just wanted to echo the statements of many of the Manchester delegation here, of knowing Ms. Castillo and knowing the outstanding work she's done in the Latino community, being an advocate and a fighter and representing us well throughout the time that I've known her. And I couldn't be more proud of her nomination to this parole board. And I think that she'd do an outstanding job. And I know that she does not have a legal background, but nevertheless, she understands people and she understands justice. And having people of that caliber on any board or commission I think is of the utmost important. So congratulations to you, Yolanda, y felicidades.
And gracias.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Yolanda, good to see you there. I want to echo the comments of many of my colleagues, and to the question of your legal background. I think you bring a vast background that's more than just expertise in part of the legal field. There are many people with a legal background who focus on a small sector of the law, or a small set of things that don't give a complete sense of what's going on in the systems that we're dealing with. So I think that's important. I will remind people I don't really have a legal background, right? I think the experience that you're bringing to this is important. And I will also say that there are people that we put on into the system whose expertise has led them to believe that despite the fact that people could have completely changed their name, their perspective, who they are, that there's nothing that they could ever do that will allow them to get a pardon. And I would say that that type of expertise is not the type of expertise that we need. There are people who've done some atrocious things, but they've become a completely different person. They spent 2, 3 decades. And for someone to say that that person should never be considered, I think that whatever expertise they have is not good enough. So I welcome your experience. I welcome your perspective. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Castillo, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues. Certainly congratulations on your nomination, and look forward to you doing us proud on the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Thank you very much.
With that, I am going to just check real quick. Madam Administrator, do we have any members of the public who are signed up to testify today? Or Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry. I was listening, but I didn't have my mouse handy.
Do we have any public members who are signed up to testify?
No, we do not.
Okay, there were no public members signed up to testify today. So with that, we are going to declare this public hearing closed. I am going to convene the committee meeting for January 13th, 2021. That committee meeting is going to stand in recess for a brief period of time. I believe the I believe the Republicans are going to caucus. I assume Representative Fishbein, you'll send out a notice or a link for
I have already. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And Democratic members who are listening in, please check your phones for communication from either myself if you're in the House or Senator Winfield if you're in the Senate. And we will notify everyone when we get ready to go back in. All right, with that, we stand in recess.
Rip Luxembourg, are you there? Deb? Yeah, you haven't
Yep.
missed anything. They're just in they're in caucus.
Okay.
But we're not going to go into the committee meeting link. We're just going to stay here because it's a lot safer, and we got everything. Everybody's like knows where this is at, and we're comfortable right now, and we got everybody full group of everybody. So you can either join the caucus or it's up to you. So I'm going to shut off my video and my audio, but you're all set.
Okay.
Hey, Gary, how long?
So I missed you. I'm sorry. How long? Till what? What? I'm sorry.
Like how long until we start voting?
Probably not very long. We should be coming back in, right? So as soon as we're back in.
All right, just wondering.
Yep.
I've been in this like pause mode.
Yeah. Shouldn't be long.
All right, are we live or are we like? Yeah. Okay.
We are live. We've been live.
Yeah, you're all live to me.
Hey, Deb, can you kick? Do you have the ability to kick Gary, Craig? Do you have the ability to kick us into a room or no?
I can't, not because we're in a public hearing. We're in a webinar, not a committee meeting.
All right. John, Gary, Craig, I'm going to call you guys real quick. Conference call.
Yeah.
All right. I'm working with a new phone, so be gentle with me.
Rep Dubitsky and O'Day say that they can't get in, so just bring.
Oh boy, yeah. If they can't get in, yeah, they must have removed themselves from the meeting, so that's going to be a huge problem. There's no way to. I can't get them in either. Let me think about how I can do this. Shoot. They could sign on. If you give me a new email to them, I can sign them on again. Once they've gotten out like that, they have to just like kind of like just leave the meeting, not end. Like kind of, there's two ways of doing it. Do they have? Okay, so O'Day and Dubitsky.
I'm here, Deb. I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, you're good. Okay, thank you. Good. So now just.
If you use the login for the public
Oh, it's
hearing,
the public hearing. Yes,
that
yeah.
works. Not the login that was sent out for the committee meeting.
Right. Yeah, because we're even though we're in the committee meeting, we're still, everybody was already in this public hearing. Does that make any sense? Thought it would be easier than to go into the committee meeting link, because otherwise we'd have to end this and get everybody signed in again. Unless you think that would work out, but we've already got 37 panelists.
Is the committee meeting live, Deb? No.
It's live on YouTube.
No, I understand, but we're not actually in the meeting.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, I see your smiling face, and so does YouTube and CTN if they're covering it.
That's not what I mean. I mean is whether we're adjourned, we're in recess. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, that's true. But you're right. We're still in recess. We have not been reconvened. I know we're trying to be quick. I know there's a lot of people here that have to get to GAE.
I'm going to have to leave and I'm going to miss this vote. And I don't think it's acceptable that votes will not be held open. I am the ranking member of another committee that's exactly at 2:30 that coincides with this.
Right. Well, I think what we're going to try to get through is one of the nominees now, not hold the votes open for that, but probably try to keep the votes open for the other nominees as well as the resolutions.
Understood.
That's what we're going to try to do. We're just finding out if it's okay.
Yeah, let Steve talk about what we're going to do.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from Stephen or Gary. I've got this new phone I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah,
right.
Go ahead, Steve.
All right. We're live on YouTube, guys. So I think we've got a plan. Let's all right, let's just run. We can do this slow, but let's just run.
Yeah, let's just rock and roll, man.
All right, so Deb, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, so we're ready. Just need to reconvene the meeting officially.
Okay. I want to reconvene the Judiciary Committee committee meeting for January 13th, 2021. Appreciate everyone staying with us. We unfortunately, especially with the technology and also folks working remotely, some of our normal ability to hold votes and get things on the calendars and procedurally is an issue. And I think folks appreciate and understand that we have judges whose terms are coming up for expiration, and we're trying to get this done as quickly as we can without anyone's terms expiring as a judge. So with that, what we're going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of prerogative here to take the agenda slightly out of order. We are going to, in a minute, have a motion and then hopefully a vote on Judge White's nomination. That vote will not be held open. I repeat, that vote will not be held open.
Mr. Chairman, why would that be the case?
He has a term that is expiring relatively soon, and we need to get it onto the House calendar.
Yeah, but why can't we just keep votes open till like 5?
Because we're trying to accommodate LCO, given the fact they're working remotely.
Senator Kissel, the other votes will be held open.
The other votes, this is what I'm getting to. It's that one vote on that one judge. The remainder of the votes will be held open until 4:30. We're trying to, like I said, accommodate everyone. We're trying to accommodate members, and we're also trying to accommodate and not overtax the staff, particularly this early in the session. And given that we're
I appreciate the co-chair's approach to this. I find it scary for the future when we have these long public hearings on bills.
Well, I think it's just the votes, but and some of it is just based on the timing of when the House is trying to take up these resolutions.
Yeah, and another question. It's my understanding the House is going in tomorrow?
I'm not sure if that's confirmed yet, but
yeah, my aide has told me that the Senate may go in on Friday.
All right, let's get started. I'll ask for a motion to favorably report on the judge's nomination of the Honorable Gary J. White of Stamford to be a judge of the Superior Court.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion on this nominee? Hearing no discussion, Madam Administrator, please call the roll. And I'll remind members to state your name before you say yes or no so that we can see your face pop up.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Castor. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel has voted yes. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Fishbein has voted yes. Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon. Representative Dillon. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Representative Damassa has voted yes. Representative Dillon, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Seeking recognition. Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes.
Thank you.
Senator Anwar, I'm voting yes.
Can you please repeat, Senator Anwar, so we can see you?
Senator Anwar, voting yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Bixby.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Can you please repeat that because there's a delay? I didn't see you say yes.
Representative Dubitsky says yes.
Representative Dubitsky has said yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer is voting yes. Representative Fox. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox is a yes.
Perfect. Representative Fox has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative Godfrey? We saw Representative Luxembourg.
Godfrey, yes.
Perfect. Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
That's crazy. Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Representative Labriola.
He's off the court.
Okay. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Could you please repeat? We're still seeing Representative Luxembourg.
May I be the first to congratulate you? Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Luxembourg?
And now we can't see him.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Representative Miller. Representative Miller? Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak-D'Amato.
Pavlak-D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Pavlak-D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
I'm sorry, we're seeing Senator Sampson. Can you please repeat?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson.
Apologize for that. Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson has voted yes. Thank you, Senator. Representative Sims. Representative Sims. Representative Veach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
And your audio is working. We have a little echo, but that's right. We'll take something better than nothing.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Okay, Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Thank you.
Are there any other members who have not voted, who are present, who would like to vote at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I just spoke with Representative Miller. She had not received a text that we were back on. She's jumping on right now.
We will wait a minute or two.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Miller, can you turn your camera on for us? And just say Representative Miller votes and how you vote.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning. Who are we voting for, please?
This is on Judge White.
I vote yes.
Representative Miller has voted yes.
Are there any other members who have not had a chance to vote yet? Okay. Madam Administrator, can you announce the roll on this vote?
Sorry. Thirty-four members voting, 34 yay, 0 nay, 0 abstentions, 6 absent, not voting.
Okay, the resolution is passed. Favorable report's passed. Okay, we are going to return to our regular agenda as we did on Monday. My hope is to add a number of nominees to a consent calendar as we go through this to cut down on the number of lengthy votes. We will hold votes open on the remainder of these until 4:30 today. So folks will have a chance to vote on the remainder of them. We do have some recusals and some individual ones we'll have to vote. So we will begin with Superior Court nominations for review. The Honorable Michael A. Albus of East Haven. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Michael A. Albus of East Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Before we begin on that, the record will reflect that Representative Fishbein and Representative Pavlak D'Amato are going to recuse themselves. Are there any other recusals on this nominee? If not, those two members will recuse. I had a motion, I believe, from Senator Kissel and a second from Representative Miller. I think was what I heard.
That was Porter.
Yeah.
Second was Porter. All right. We will go with a motion from Senator Kissel, a second from Representative Porter. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion on this nominee? If there's no discussion, then Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That was a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Michael A. Albus of East Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Stafford.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Stafford has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
I'm sorry, this is Representative Blumenthal. I missed who we were voting on for a second. Who is it?
We're voting on Judge Albus of East Haven.
Oh, I vote Representative Blumenthal votes in the affirmative.
Representative Blumenthal has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel has voted yes. Representative Fishbein. He has recused himself. I'm sorry. Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Could you please, Representative, repeat yourself?
Sure. Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative Damasa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Davidsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello votes yes. Senator Foster. Senator Foster. Oh, that's right, she's on GA. Representative Fox. Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester votes yes.
Senator Lesser votes yes. Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Representative Miller.
Representative Miller votes yes.
Representative Miller has voted yes. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Rep. Palm votes yes. Representative Paula D'Amato has recused herself. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson is in GA. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
It's funny, I see your face, but I don't hear you, but can you, there's a delay.
Hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you just mouth the words again? Reading lips, but I mean, I see your face. Just a
yes.
second. Okay, thank you. Representative Sims has voted the affirmative. Representative Veach.
That was crazy.
Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
Okay.
Ms. Blanchard? Godfrey, aye.
Can you please repeat that? I wasn't looking at you.
Godfrey, aye. For some
Godfrey.
reason, I'm, not showing up on the single view. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other members who've not voted? Folks, I do just want to ask if, as you're waiting to vote, please try to stay muted until it's your turn to vote, and then remute yourself after. Part of the video issue is if Zoom picks up background noise, then your face shows up instead of the person voting, and that's slowing us down. All right, next up will be, can I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Karen A. Goodrow of Chester to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Senator Kissel and a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nominee? Actually, before I ask that, I let the record reflect that Representative Pavlak D'Amato is going to be recusing herself on this nomination. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Administrator, need you to call the roll, please.
And that was a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Karen A. Goodrow of Chester to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal in the affirmative.
Representative Blumenthal has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel says yes.
Senator Kissel says yes. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein has voted in the affirmative. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne is voting yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley. Representative Conley. Representative Curry.
Representative Conley, sorry.
That's all right.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Thank you. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon, yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative Damassa. Representative Damassa. Representative Doucette.
Doucette is yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. I apologize. You use a delay.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox. Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Representative Miller.
Representative Miller votes in the affirmative.
Representative Miller has voted in the affirmative. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pablo-Amato has abstained from this vote. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims vote in the affirmative.
Okay, we still got a problem with your audio with the delay, but that's all right. I see you. Could you please just repeat again, speaking and maybe
Yes.
pick up?
Yes.
Representative Sims, that was a yes. Representative Sims has voted yes. Representative Veach, Representative Walker, Representative Young.
Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
Okay. Anybody else who has not voted? If not, as I indicated, the votes will be held open until 4:30. Okay. Next, may I have a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Sheila A. Huddleston to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel, a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion? If not, I will recognize Ranking Member Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to create a consent calendar and move the nomination of Sheila A. Huddleston to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing, is there objection to creating a consent calendar or to placing this nomination on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, a consent calendar is created, and it's so ordered that this nomination is placed on the consent calendar. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Robin Stewart Johnson of Glastonbury
So moved.
to the Superior Court?
So
Second.
moved.
I have a motion from Representative Porter. I have a second from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Hearing none. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we move the nomination of Robin Stewart Johnson to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, we'll move, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Michael P. Kemp to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel, a second from Senator Winfield. I believe Representative Blumenthal needs to recuse himself on this nomination.
That is correct. I'll be
Okay.
recusing myself.
All right, so the record will reflect that Senator Blumenthal is recusing himself on this nomination. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Hearing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Michael P. Camp of Hamden to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal has abstained. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel has voted yes. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein has voted in the affirmative. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Senator Bradley has voted in the affirmative. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
You'll please have to repeat yourself.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Rep. Conley votes yes.
Conley votes yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette, yes.
Rep. Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Miller. Representative Miller votes yes. Representative Miller has voted yes. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Rep. Palm has voted yes. Representative Pablo D'Amato.
Pablo D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Pablo D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Urbimbis votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative, could you please repeat yourself?
Yes, Representative Urbimbis votes yes.
Representative Rebimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
That's beautiful. I can see you and hear you. It's fantastic.
I changed to my phone, that's why.
Nice. Representative Sims has voted yes. Representative Beach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative, I'm sorry. Representative Beach votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Beach has voted yes. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
Okay. Moving on, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Jason M. Lobo of Suffield to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Seeing no discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the nomination of the Honorable Jason M. Lobo be moved to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Thomas G. McCousher to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. The record will reflect that Representatives Fishbein and Dubitsky are abstaining on this nomination. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? If not, I would ask Senator Kissel if he has a motion he'd like to make to add this to the consent calendar.
I don't think we can if there's abstentions.
Oh, you're correct. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot about the abstentions. Yep, you're absolutely right. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was the motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Thomas G. Malkauser of Groton to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Castor. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel is voting yes. Representative Fishbein has abstained. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Senator? There you are. Could you please
Senator
repeat?
Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley.
In the affirmative. Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Senator Bradley has voted in the affirmative. Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. I'm sorry, there was a delay there.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Thank you. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes. Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Concepcion, that has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Rep. Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon, yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative Damassa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky has abstained. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. Thank you. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Miller. Representative O'Day.
Miller votes yes.
Miller votes yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative O'Day. Could you please repeat that, Representative O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Pond votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat? We're not seeing you.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Now we can see you. Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Verbimbis.
Representative Verbimbis votes yes.
Representative Verbimbis has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative. Representative Veach. Representative Veach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
Thank you. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Andrew W. Rohrbeck of Litchfield to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I had a motion from Senator Kissel. I think I heard a second from Senator Lesser. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable Andrew W. Rohrbeck to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Hope C. Seeley of Coventry to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing none. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable Hope C. Seeley to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Hearing no objection, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Anthony D. Truglia Jr. of Stamford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. I believe we have.
Representative, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a Representative Harding. I'm gonna have to recuse myself.
The chair will recognize that Representative Harding is recusing himself from consideration of this nomination. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion? Hearing none. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was the motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Anthony D. Truglia Jr. of Stamford to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield voted in the affirmative. Representative Stafford.
Representative Stafford votes in the affirmative.
Representative Stafford has voted in the affirmative. Senator Castor. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes aye.
Senator Kissel has voted aye. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan is voting in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley is voting yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMonico.
Representative Concepcion also votes yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
It's okay.
Thank you. I apologize. Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Fiorello, yes. Fiorello, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer is voting yes. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding has abstained from the vote. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Sorry, Madam Administrator, Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser is voting yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Miller.
Representative Miller votes with great honor yes.
Representative Miller votes with great honor yes. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day votes yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Representative Veach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
Thank you. Moving on to section 4 of our agenda. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Cynthia K. Swinton of Chester to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable Cynthia K. Swinton to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Moving on to section 5 of our agenda, nominations for state referee. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable John C. Blue of Hamden to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved with poetry.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel, a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable John C. Blue to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Henry S. Cohen of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. I believe we have an abstention on this one from Representative Dubitsky, which the record will so reflect. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That's a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Henry S. Cohn of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Stafford.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel has voted yes. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein has voted in the affirmative. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar is voting yes. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne is voting yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley is voting yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon is voting yes. Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative? There you go. Can you please repeat?
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Davitsky has recused himself. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer has voted yes. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox is voting yes. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey is voting yes. Representative Harding.
Hello?
We heard you, Representative Godfrey. You have voted yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser is voting yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Miller. Representative Miller.
Thank you for your patience, Madam Clerk. Representative Miller votes yes.
Representative Miller has voted yes. Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm is voting yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Representative Veach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. Excellent.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, I want to make clear that that was a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Henry S. Cohen to be a state referee.
You're absolutely right. It is and I repeated the same thing you did. It is a state referee.
Thankfully, we are blessed on this committee to have great LCO staff who caught it. So we want to make sure that that was clear, that what we were voting on there was a nomination to be a state referee.
And that's what the agenda reflected as well.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I'll ask for a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable James K. Kennefic Jr. of Guilford to be a state referee.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel. I have a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable James G. Kennefic Jr. to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next, I will ask if I can have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Charles T. Lee of Stamford to be a state referee.
So moved.
I had a motion from Senator Kissel, a second, I believe, from Senator Winfield. And then is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Hearing none, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we move the nomination of the Honorable Charles T. Lee to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? So ordered. Moving on to item number or section number 6 of our agenda. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Yolanda Castillo of Manchester to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, I'm going to go
So
with,
moved.
I had a motion from Representative Porter. I'm going to go with a second from Representative Doucette. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Hearing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the nomination of Yolanda Castillo to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, we are going to have the administrator read and vote on the consent calendar, but don't anybody go anywhere. We still have more business to do and another vote to take. But at this time, I'll have the administrator read and call the roll on the consent calendar.
Okay, that was section number 3, item number 3, the motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Sheila A. Huddleston to be a judge of the Superior Court. Section number 3, item number 4, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Robert Stewart Johnson of Glastonbury to be a judge of the Superior Court. Section number 3, item number 6, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Jason M. Lobo of Suffield to be a judge of the Superior Court. Section number 3, item number 8, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Andrew W. Warbeck of Litchfield to be a judge of the Superior Court. Section number 3, item number 9, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Hope C. Seeley of Coptree to be a judge of the Superior Court. Now we're on to section number 4, item number 1, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Cynthia K. Swinton of Chester to be a senior judge. Section number 5, item number 1, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable John P. Blue of Hamden to be a state referee. Section number 5, item number 3, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable James G. Kennefic Jr. of Guilford to be a state referee. Section number 5, item number 4, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Charles T. Lee of Stamford to be a state referee. Section number 6, item number 1, motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Yolanda Castillo of Manchester to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Castor. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Senator Kissel's voting yes. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative. Senator Anwar.
Give me 1 second. Yep. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan has voted in the affirmative. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Rep. Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello votes yes. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Miller.
Representative Miller votes yes.
Representative Miller has voted yes. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Pavlak D'Amato, who has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Poor Representative Porter weekly votes in the affirmative. We only got one more vote after this, honey. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Representative Riley. Representative Riley. Senator
I
Sampson.
apologize. Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative. Representative Veach. Representative Walker.
Yes. Yes, Representative Veach.
Representative Veach. Thank you, Representative Veach.
Yes, thank you.
I voted yes. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
All right. I appreciate everybody staying with us through all those. We have one more matter to take up today, and that is a settlement agreement on behalf of the state and the Department of Corrections. We have to do this as two separate resolutions. So this is one of those times where we have to sort of split the committee. So I will ask, we'll start with the House resolution. So I will ask a House member, may I have a motion to favorably report on the resolution approving the settlement agreement in the case of Robert Barfield et al. Versus Angel Quiros in his official capacity as Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Corrections. I have a motion from
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Young. I have a second from Representative Concepcion. This is a case which arises out of a federal matter which was filed back in July of 2018 by Mr. Robert Barfield as a class representative, contending that the Department of Corrections had an outdated hepatitis C policy, and that they failed to test hepatitis C positive inmates with a new revolutionary direct-acting antiviral drugs. The parties to the lawsuit entered into a settlement agreement back last year, and that settlement agreement is awaiting final resolution by the legislature and then approval by the court. Under the terms of the agreement, the Department of Corrections is to offer screening for hepatitis C infections to all inmates and provide prisoners pursuant to the guidelines offered by the Federal Bureau of Prisons. DOC has agreed in part to the settlement agreement with minor modifications to the Federal Bureau of Prisons guidelines to comport with realities within Connecticut Department of Corrections facilities. And in fact, it's my understanding that the Department of Corrections has already begun much of the testing and the changes called for under this proposed agreement, since it was negotiated so long ago, but the legislature could not take action on it given the COVID shutdown. In addition to the testing and protocols, the agreement requires the payment of $112,000 in attorney's fees and costs to class counsel. Is there discussion on the settlement agreement and the resolution before us?
Mr. Chairman, as a senator, am I allowed to speak at this time, or do I have to wait?
No, Senator, I believe you have to wait until the Senate resolution is heard on this. This is just for House members.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll recognize the ranking member, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've spent a lot of time reviewing this. I was initially adverse to the settlement because I understand that, people that are incarcerated were impacted here, and that's the basis of the claim. But in looking at the procedural history, it appears that the individual claims were dismissed and that all that was left was matters that the plaintiffs were seeking to injunct the court to injunct the Department of Corrections. So that certainly worked that out. But I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at the settlement, which is basically action by the DOC to protect prisoners from getting hepatitis C and being treated appropriately, that's one component. The other component is a payment of attorney's fees of $112,000. That is the settlement, correct?
That's my understanding.
So then when I look at what we're voting on, which is House Resolution 7, I believe, that appears to be for an amount of $2.5 million. And I don't understand why.
I believe that covers the additional cost to the Department of Corrections in order to implement the requirements of the testing and other protocol changes called for in the settlement agreement. I don't believe that's a direct cash outlay.
I don't recall that as being part of the backup, and nor, with all due respect, I don't recall you mentioning that. So it requires the expenditure from the general fund in excess of $2,500,000. So do we know how much we're talking here? Because before this, I never saw the resolution. I had seen the backup, and this was the first I was seeing of this.
I don't have the exact figure.
Do we confirm? I'm just I'll wait to see if others have questions. I just want to go back through the backup. I just don't recall seeing this in there, so.
Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just seems an odd resolution to me that we're authorizing expenditure in excess of $2.5 million with no idea of how much that is. Is that 10 million, 100 million, a billion? Why is it that we have to get them over that threshold, but there's no cap? Doesn't seem to make any sense. It would appear to me that it should say up to X amount as opposed to in excess of X amount.
Representative, I believe that's because of the way these resolutions are drafted based on what our authority is as a legislature with respect to approving or denying settlements. I believe it's my understanding that a settlement in excess of 1.2 million has to come before the legislature. I believe some of the details of how much is going to be expended from what line items in order to comply with this will be part of the appropriations process. But like I said, I believe actually a lot of this testing has already begun and was part of last year's expenditure by the Department of Corrections as well. So it's a rolling forward expense that will be subject to the appropriations process.
Okay. I thank you for that answer. Okay, I'll listen to the debate. Thank you.
Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I looked at the summary that we were given, and there was no mention of that, the 2.5 million being a floor. And I'm looking at the backup, the settlement agreement itself, and I don't see that, and I'm just skimming this really fast. I did read it in depth previously. Mr. Chairman, what's the timing on this?
Representative, I believe we have to take action by sometime next week, mid next week.
Yeah, I just reviewed the settlement agreement itself, and I don't see. So, is it possible, Mr. Chairman, that that's a wrong number or something in the resolution? I know there's another claim out there that is in excess of 2.5, I think.
Representative, let's do this. Let's take a brief recess, and the committee will stay in a recess briefly.
Sorry, I kicked off. I don't know what the status is of the meeting. Are we on break?
Yes, Tom, we're just in a recess for a few minutes.
Yeah, Tom, they just took a brief recess. This resolution has to go through the House and the Senate, so it's with the House right now.
there's two resolutions, John. There'll be a resolution, a Senate favorable resolution and a House favorable. So they'll just be voted on in either chamber.
Yeah, but I have to wait for the House.
No.
So
Well,
Deb, have
this
you-
afternoon.
Right, yes, today, in order for you to vote right now, that's absolutely correct.
Right, so I'm just holding my powder until
Yeah.
they get their, but Craig had a lot of questions and Steve wanted to pause it. I wanted my buddy Tom to understand where we were. We're trying to get the boat into the harbor, but we're not quite there yet.
Gotcha, because I've got another meeting that I thought I could go to, but it sounds like we're gonna be on break for a few minutes.
At least, probably, I would say at least 5 to 10 minutes. Craig had a lot of questions. Steve just shut it down and, it's the House vote. And then it comes up to the Senate. Then it's going to be a Senate resolution. So that's where we are.
Representative O'Day, you have voted on the consent calendar and you have voted on the individual judges. So the only one left to vote, only item left on the agenda for you to vote for today is this House resolution. So, and we're holding the votes open till 4:30. So that being said, I don't know if you can go to your other meeting and catch up with us by 4:30. That's your choice. Yeah,
Oh, that's what I'm gonna do, Deb. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Hello? Madam Clerk? Or are they all in recess?
Senator Bradley, we're actually in recess right now.
Oh, okay, thank you. I thought the session was closed just for voting. I apologize. Thank you.
Senator Bradley, you still have, like I said, we're in recess right now, but let me just check. You have to vote on the consent calendar, and let me see what other ones you have. There's a few others that you need to vote on besides the Senate favorable resolution. So you do have some left to vote. So
Sure, I could do that now if you'd like, or we could do it at some other point.
well, let's wait till after we get out of recess. Okay.
Okay, not a problem. I'll circle back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Administrator?
Apologize for the delay.
Madam Administrator, we are going to pass item number Section 7, item number 1, House Resolution number 4. We are going to pass on that for today. The committee meeting is going to stand in recess until 4:30 for members to get their votes in. But that's all the action we're taking for today.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Oops. Come on.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, by passing on that, do we have a time frame that we're supposed to act upon it?
We will yeah, why don't we've got to circle back with the LCO attorneys. I suspect that we will take action on it next week. But why don't the four of us circle up on that, Senator?
I appreciate that. I look forward to getting your text message or a cell phone call.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we stand in recess. Thank you, everybody, for your work today.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a great rest of the day.
Hi, Deb.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you, Deb. Thank you,
Bye.
Deb, and to the
Bye-bye,
co-chairs for doing a great job. It was a long day, to be quite honest, for just judges.
Have a good day, y'all.
Thank you. Madam Administrator?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down. First I'm going to do the consent calendar because that's the easiest thing, and I'll start from the top, and then we'll go down with that. Then we'll go individually because some people miss some and some people miss the other. Okay, so let's start. We're starting with the consent calendar. Does anybody want me to read the items that are on the consent calendar?
Of course. How you going? Deb?
Was that Representative Porter? Did you want me to read?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No,
I just wanted to know, I think I'm clear on all the votes and free to go. I just want to confirm that.
Okay, hold on a second.
Thank you.
You are clear to go, Representative Porter. Hope you feel better.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Okay. So back to the consent calendar. Does anybody want me to read the consent calendar items over again?
Deb, Senator Bradley here. I don't know if I've raised my hand or what's the process, but anyways, I'm just out of curiosity, is Judge Trugley on the consent agenda or no?
I believe he is. Let me.
Wasn't. It was Harding. Representative Harding.
Was Harding was out on
himself.
Truglia? Okay.
Yeah, he recused himself on Truglia.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yep.
Okay.
Harding has recused himself.
So on the consent, on your underlying question, then I'm a yay for the consent agenda.
Okay, so Senator Kasser is still not here. Senator Bradley is a yes. Representative Curry still not here. Representative Massa, have you joined us? Okay. Senator Flexer.
Yes.
Senator Flexer
votes
is yes. Thank you, Senator.
One vote though, right?
Representative
Is it
Labriola.
Senator
I'm sorry, Senator Anwar, you have already voted, yes. But stay
Okay,
tight,
good.
just in case you haven't voted on the others.
time, so I thought I'd just vote a couple more.
Yeah, well, you know what, Senator Anwar, while I've got you right there, since let me just double check the others and perhaps you'll be ready to roll. No, you still have to vote on some others. So let's go down, let's finish the consent calendar first.
Yes.
Representative Damassa, have you joined the meeting? Let's look. Representative Labriola, were you able to get back in? I'm gonna have to go back to him. Representative Luxembourg. Senator Sampson, are you back in, Senator Sampson? He's probably.
Senator Sampson will be in shortly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Brian, for Senator Sampson. Representative Walker, and that's it. Representative Veach, you have already voted on the consent calendar, so that's good. So let's go through the individual other items. Senator Castor, Senator Bradley, Judge Julia to be a Superior Court judge.
No on that vote.
Okay, thank you. Representative Curry, Representative Massa, have you joined us yet? No. Okay, Representative Labriola, still no. Luxembourg, no. No has not joined. Senator Sampson, you're still figuring that out. Representative Veach, how do you care to vote on Judge Julia of Stanford to be a Superior Court judge?
Yes.
That was okay. Okay.
Deb,
Now we're gonna-
can Dan Fox vote, Deb?
I'm sorry?
Dan Fox?
Oh, I apologize. Dan Fox, you have already voted, Representative Fox, on
That's correct. Judge Julia. Oh, I got you. Thank you.
Let me, and you voted on, I'm looking back and forth here. Okay. So now we're going to move on to Judge, the Honorable Michael A. Alvis of East Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Kasser, Senator Anwar.
Yeah. Senator Anwar votes yes.
We'll have to repeat it. It would
Senator
take a
Anwar
little
votes
while.
yes.
Perfect. Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes yes.
Senator Bradley has voted yes. Representative Curry, Representative Massa still not here. Senator
Representative Deb, Representative DeMassa is here.
He is here?
Yes.
Representative Massa, can you unmute? Let me see, I'm trying to see.
Yes, yes. Representative Demassa, yes.
DeMassa was a yes. Okay, wonderful. Just hang tight, those representative, because we have some more that I know that you've missed. Senator Flexer. Senator
She's on another
Flexer.
meeting. at the moment.
Oh, okay. Representative Fox.
Yes, Representative Fox is a yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola. Not yet. Senator Sampson, have you got in yet? Okay, we're working on that. Representative Veach, how do you care to vote?
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker is not here. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the Honorable Karen A. Goodrow of Chester to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Castor. Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar. Representative Curry.
Yes.
Oh, Senator Anwar. Can I see you?
Yes.
Senator Anwar
can
has
always
voted
see.
yes. Okay. Representative DeMassa.
Representative Demassa votes yes.
Representative DeMassa has voted yes. Senator Flexer.
Yes. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer votes yes. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. I'm sorry. We have Senator Flexer's name.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. Thank you. Representative Labriola. Senator Sampson. We in? Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Okay. Alrighty, now we're moved on to the Honorable Michael P. Camp of Hamden to be a judge of the Superior Court. Representative DeMassa.
Representative Demassa votes yes.
Representative DeMassa has voted yes. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes. Did that work?
Can you please repeat? But we're seeing you now.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
It's gonna be a long session, folks. Senator Flexer votes yes. Representative Fox.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes.
We have this meeting.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to the Honorable Thomas G.
And if I can
Malkoff.
address your question in terms of the cost of municipalities for early voting, I think it somewhat depends on.
Dan, can you put your Could you put yourself on mute? I'm gonna put you right on mute right now. Oh, he's muting right now. Okay, so we're on to the Honorable Thomas G. Maukhauser of Groton to be a judge of the Superior Court. Representative Damasa. Representative Damasa.
Representative Damasa votes yes.
You'll have to repeat. We're not seeing you.
Representative Damasa votes yes.
Representative Damasa has voted yes. Thank you. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Okay. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Okay. Last one on this list here. The Honorable Henry S. Cohn of West Hartford to be a state referee. Senator Bradley.
I vote yes. Senator Bradley votes yes.
Senator Bradley has voted yes. Representative Damasa. Representative Damasa. Okay, we'll move on.
Representative Damasa votes yes.
Perfect. Representative Damasa has voted yes. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, that concludes our business with Veach, Damasa, Bradley, Anwar. Yes. Oh, Luxembourg. Yeah, okay.
All right,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Luxembourg, this is the consent calendar. Representative Luxembourg, did you want me to read the consent calendar?
No, I'm familiar with the consent calendar.
Okay, fine. How do you care to vote on the consent calendar, Representative Luxembourg?
Representative Luxembourg votes yes on the consent calendar.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Now, the Honorable Anthony D. Truglia Jr. of Stamford to be a Superior Court judge, Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Voted on that one. The Honorable Michael P. Camp of Hamden to be a judge of the Superior Court, Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
The Honorable Thomas G. Maukhauser of Groton to be a Superior Court judge, Representative Luxembourg.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Okay, and last but not least, the Honorable Henry S. Cohn of West Hartford to be a state referee, Representative Luxembourg. How do you vote?
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Okay, thank you. And you are all set, Representative Luxembourg. Go free.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. Okay. Senator Sampson, I see you. Can you speak? Let me see if we can.
Delighted to see you, Madam Administrator. How are you?
Oh, good. Wonderful. I'm so glad you were able to get reconnected. So are you on your phone or on your computer?
I am on my phone. Still no internet.
Oh, I'm so
Don't
sorry.
you worry, my Comcast representative will hear about it.
I'm sure he or she will. Okay, we'll start from the
I mean,
top. Now, Senator Sampson, did you want me to read the items on the consent calendar?
I am familiar with the consent calendar. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Alrighty. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
Senator Sampson votes in the affirmative.
Deb, you're muted.
Alrighty. The nomination of the Honorable Michael A. Elvis of East Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson is voting yes.
Yeah, this is Matt Blumenthal. You're not missing any votes from me, are you?
I don't believe so, but let me check while I've got you right here. You are all set. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Blumenthal, for checking back in.
Deb, am I all set? Mike DeMassa?
Yes, you are all set. Thank you for checking, Representative DeMassa.
Thank.
So let's go back to Senator Sampson. Senator Sampson, the motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Anthony D. Truglia Jr. of Stamford to be a judge of the Superior Court.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson has voted yes. Motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Karen A. Goodrow of Chester to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson has voted yes. Okay. The nomination of the Honorable Michael P. Camp of Hamden to be a judge of the Superior Court.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
I'm surprising you today, Deb.
I am. I'm like, am I hearing straight? I'm reading your lips. You are really surprising me, but that's good. We'll keep it going. We'll see how long it lasts. Alrighty. Motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Thomas G. Malkauser of Groton to be a judge of the Superior Court. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson votes yes. On a roll. Okay. And a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Henry S. Cohn of West Hartford to be a state referee. Senator Sampson, how do you care to vote?
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson votes yes. Woo! Write that in your baby book. Okay, we have concluded business with Senator Sampson. Thank you for joining us by phone.
Thank you very much for accommodating me, Madam Administrator. You were wonderful, and I appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. Now, and just I don't know if you heard the last part of. I don't think you were here when Representative Stafford said that we will probably the last two items on the agenda sometime next week. We did not take up the resolution.
I did hear that, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Administrator?
Okay.
Yes, Representative. Goodness, I'm sorry, my phone.
It's Pat Miller. I just wanted to know if you had called my name. I wanted to make sure I voted on all the.
Let's double check that you voted on.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said, oh, I'm just double checking that you voted on everything. Yes,
Okay.
Representative Miller, you have voted on everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye now.
Deb, I'd like to check to make sure that I as well have voted on everything.
Let me double check with you, Representative Riley. Yes, Representative Riley, you have voted on everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Hey, Deb. Deb.
Okay, let's check. I don't think so, but let's just check.
I'll just text you on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her. Yeah, unfortunately, we've got 2 minutes.
Yep, she's signing up right now.
Okay. Quickly. Okay. Senator Flexer?
Says she's connecting right now.
I know, it's just that we're running up against the deadline here.
Hi, Senator Flexer.
Hi. Okay, we got to go real quick here. Senator Flexer,
Yes.
okay, you only had the one vote. That was Michael Albison. So Senator Flexer has said yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't be sorry. It's very wonderful. I would just.
Representative Fox, you're all set.
Might be hard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for waiting, but you're all set. And we'll see you sometime next week.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 4:30. The meeting was going to be recessed until 4:30 when all the votes are now being closed. I apologize for anyone who had technical difficulties. We'll have to muddle through this together sometime soon. Anyways, thank you all, and we'll see you next week. This meeting will now be ended.